already existing. Okay. In fact, it was that relationship that brought them together. That in fact, you can't have a conflict with someone you never had any issue with. You never had any togetherness with. Okay, you must have had something doing with this person before relationship. Any form of relationship at all, business-wise, relationally, love affair, country by country, and all of that. And at the end of the day, those relationships, in that relationship, each person is looking out for something. There is a need, there is an interest each person is expecting from the relationship. As when that interest is not met, when that need is not achieved, arises. Okay, and then it's really, really interesting. That part actually opens up this whole training for me and made me know that I can actually do this. So it's really interesting. I enjoyed it so much. I can actually go on and on to talk about it, but let me just give space for others.
All right,
thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that we'll stop here so that we'll continue with our class. Our facilitator,
Mr. Nanchang, may I go on? Okay, I'll take that as a yes. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to us all from whatever part of the world we're logging on in. It's good to know that at least we got quite a bit from what we studied yesterday or what we went through yesterday. Please, if we're not speaking, let's kindly mute our yes, thank you very much. So today we're going to be talking about dispute and conflict analysis. So I hear a few of us speaking about how it's important to recognize the existence of a relationship before we even Okay, before we even talk about the issues of the conflict, there has to have been some form of existing relationship. So today in analyzing conflict, because it's important to analyze and identify a conflict before you can de-escalate it. And again, like the warning I gave yesterday, please pay attention because I can call on anyone at any time to give me their input or their understanding of a particular area. Because at the end of the day, we're not talking about something that is completely new to us. We all have had situations and circumstances where we've either been in conflict or we've had to help in de-escalating a conflict. And so today we're going to be looking at what generally and scientifically a dispute is defined as. Then we're going to look at conflict analysis and management. So after you have identified the dispute, how do you analyze the dispute? How do you analyze the conflict? How do you identify it? How do you know what category to put it into? And then how do you look at the positive and the negative sides so as to de-escalate? What are the different stages of the conflict? When you are analyzing the different stages of the conflict, what is the outcome of the analysis? And then at the end of the day, how do you ensure that you resolve the conflict? In some situations, how do you ensure that the existence of the conflict can be used for a positive outcome? Even if it isn't, even if the conflict is not resolved, how can you transform the relationship within the parties going forward? So what is a dispute? Again, may I kindly ask if we're not speaking, if we could kindly mute. Thank you. Oops, sorry. When dealing with people, let us remember we're not dealing with creatures of logic. We're dealing with creatures of emotion, creatures bristling with prejudices and motivated by pride and vanity. This is a quote from the famous steel mogul, Dale Carnegie, when he talked about when he was trying to analyze why people even get into conflicts in the first place. We are not completely rational beings. We are not driven only by logic. There's a lot of emotional intelligence. There's a lot of psychology in the way we relate with one another, based both on nature and on nurture. On nature being how we were brought up, who we are as a person, nurture being how we're brought up and the environment in which we grew up in. Then behavior is the expression of experience. Now, the reason why a dispute happens in the first place is because of the behaviors that were exhibited in that particular time and at that particular moment. And so behavior is the expression of experience which belongs to a subject and which is due to the interaction of a subject and an object. It implies the duality of subject and object. If there was no subject and object, there would be no experience. So let's give an example. I usually go to work by, say, 8 a.m. in the morning. And this particular morning, someone locks my office door, or the cleaner locks my office door and forgot to leave it open after cleaning before I came into the office in the morning. Now, my expectation is once I get into the office, I open the door and I can come in to do my work. Now the cleaner cleans, locks the office and goes out, leaving her keys, her keys and her phone in the office premises. So it then becomes a situation of I cannot find my office, I cannot get into my office, I can't do the work I need to get done. And now I'm having an issue. There's a crisis because I cannot come into the office. Of course, by the time she comes back, you can imagine that I'll be frizzled and uncomfortable and very definitely angry that had to happen, especially if maybe I had an online meeting or I had clients that were waiting for me. Now, the subject there is the locking of the office and the subject there is myself and the woman, that's the cleaner, involved in this experience of my office being locked up, which is the object, resulting in a conflict. So I'll take that again. The human beings in the issue are the subjects. The experience is the object. And so this subject and object is what leads to an experience that results in a behavior. So for instance, I now see, because I'm agitated about what has happened, that my office was locked up. She comes in, and normally I would be maybe nice and courteous to her, but instead of even greeting her good morning, I'm shouting at the top of my lungs. Of course, depending on how you are brought up. Some would shout at the top of their lungs, some will not shout that much. But the point is that on a general basis, I would be very upset and I will express my anger in the way that I express anger. And so by reason of the subjects involved, myself and the cleaner, the object being the issue of the office being locked up, it has resulted in a change in my behavior, which has now brought about the possibility of a dispute. Now, if I get angry enough, I can decide, look, I'm going to sack you today. I am not, for you causing this problem, I'm not going to engage your services again. That then translates to a hindrance on her means of livelihood, because what I've essentially done is stopped paying her. Now, if she's training children through school with that salary, all of a sudden, the issue of a locked office has now become an issue that is hindering some children from going to school. So we see how something that may have seemed like a simple issue that could have been easily resolved can escalate if not properly handled. So it's important in any conflict, when we come into a conflict, we must be able to identify who are the subjects, who are the actual parties in the dispute that is directly affected by the dispute. What is the object? What is the thing that has brought about this experience? So again, it talks about the duality of the subject and object. If there was no subject and there was no object, there will be no experience, and therefore there will be no behavior, because ultimately conflicts are analyzed from the point of view of the behavior of the parties that resulted in the conflict. Now, the other things that we need to identify in order to identify that a dispute has arisen is unaccepted differences leading to disagreements about what to do. So, for instance, in that particular scenario of my cleaner closing the office and me getting upset, it's because I became upset that led to the disagreement I then have had with the cleaner. Because on another plane, I can decide, well, this is it's one of those things. I don't really need to get angry about this. When she comes, I'll open it and I'll apologize to the client. Now I'm talking about conflict resolution methods. But on the plane, those type of unacceptable differences, in the sense that I did not accept that she was justified in locking up my office and going with the key or forgetting the key in the premises. That is what has led to my disagreement with her about her services and has possibly led to my wanting to sack her from her job. Now, when disagreements are not resolved quickly, they cause problems in relationships. So if I had chosen the path of saying, look, I've heard you, especially when she comes and explains, I've heard you, but I do not want to see you again in my office. Now, that's a disagreement that was not resolved and wasn't resolved quickly. It can now create problems. When I say I don't want to see her in my office, she sends people to apologize, and I choose not to listen. You then see that the situation has escalated. I then decide to stop her salary. Because I've stopped her salary, her children now have difficulties both feeding and going to school. So a simple problem of an office door being locked and not being opened on time has now escalated to a situation where third parties are now being adversely affected by the behaviors of the subject and the object, the behaviors of the subject in the object of having the office door closed. So it's very, very important for us in the dispute resolution space to understand what behaviors led to a conflict so that you understand how it escalated to the point that it escalated to. Now, when those problems are not sorted out, they become disputes. Like I said, it has now become a situation where the woman is practically bringing her village to come and beg, to apologize for what had happened. Now, disputes tend to polarize people, and they seek allies and often become angry and upset with the person they are in dispute with. So like I gave in the example, I had become upset with her. She could also become upset with me that, madam, what did I do, say? What exactly did I do that has become so, that you've become so upset? And so it's very, very important that we, as dispute resolution practitioners, understand the emotions that are being displayed by the parties in a dispute. Understand whether a party is angry, understand whether a party is hurt, identify the emotions. Because it's one thing for you to know the facts of the dispute, it's another thing entirely to understand the emotions behind those disputes. Because in understanding the emotions, you can begin to analyze why they did what they did and analyze why the behaviors they exhibited was exhibited. Now, this emotional upset and justification of their position can lead to conflict, which, if not unresolved, can lead to violence and outright war. That goes without saying when we talk about religious wars, when we talk about cultural wars, when we talk about tribal wars. It might just have started as one community, somebody in one community going to the other community to farm and not knowing that the boundaries was not at that particular point. And because there were no maybe physical boundaries. It was just the elders that spoke, okay, by this palm tree, you cannot farm any further than that. And the elders probably didn't communicate that well to the rest of the community. And then someone decides to farm so as not to be in his neighbor's face, and then mistakenly goes into another farm, into another community. Now, we can see, especially for us from the African continent, how very easily that can degenerate and escalate into a communal war and then a tribal war. And it's even worse if that these issues are between our neighbors who then are of different tribes or different religions, as we have seen with a lot of the herdsmen issue in the country, and really across West Africa in certain other countries. Now, we've identified that there is a dispute. We've identified that there were certain behaviors that were put out there that resulted in the dispute. Now, how do we then, now that we know that there's a dispute, how do we identify the dispute? Let us understand that in identifying the dispute, and here we're looking at dispute and conflict interchangeably, but disputes is generally seen as a lesser or not as dangerous state as conflicts. So conflict is generally seen as an escalation of disputes. Now, conflict is the escalation of disagreements in which parties involved perceive a threat to their needs, interests, and concerns. So in the example that I gave of myself and the cleaner, my need was to enter the office. My interest was to ensure that I was in the office on time to begin my work. My concern is that I do not want to lose out on client work and possibly reputation with the client, and then lose out on possibly billable hours. The threat to the cleaner is the threat to her salary, the threat to her interest to ensure that her children go through school, and her concerns that if this salary is stopped, the children will not be able to finish their education as easily. Now, at its most elemental and at the core of any conflict lies a sense of threat or loss. And so these are things we need to, as dispute resolution practitioners, always identify what are the threats, what threats is a party afraid of, or what loss is a party afraid of. Is it a loss of a job? Is it a loss of reputation? Is it a loss of business transaction? Is it a loss of future business work coming from a particular quarter? So it's important for us to identify what the party is afraid of, what the party's concern is, so that we can then understand why the party is behaving the way they're behaving. Now, it is an activity that takes place when individuals or groups wish to carry out mutually inconsistent acts concerning their wants, needs, and obligations. So my action of wanting to stop her salary is inconsistent with her need to want to earn a living. So on the one hand, you have one party's wants and needs and obligations, and on the other hand, you have another party's wants and needs and obligations that are now at crossroads. Because when the relationship was there, like one of our participants had mentioned earlier, that you cannot have a conflict without a relationship. When the relationship was there, our wants, needs, and obligations aligned. My obligation to pay her aligned with her need for her to receive a salary. My need to have my office cleaned aligned with her obligation to clean my office. My want to ensure that the cleaning is done on time, aligned with her own needs to ensure that she continues to satisfy me, so that my office is cleaned on time and she can continue to earn her salary. At the point when I then felt that my need to have my office cleaned on time and for it to be accessible by me, for me to do my work, was now clashing with the fact that she didn't allow me to be in the office at the time that I wanted to be in the office, has now affected my sense of obligation to pay her and her need to be paid. So my obligation and her need are now at crossroads. as against before, when my obligation to pay her was in alignment with her need to earn a salary. Now, there are different types of conflicts. So you can have interpersonal conflicts. These are conflicts that arise between two people or a group of people and an individual. So maybe in a neighborhood, there's a particular person, young, always blasting music, and the neighborhood comes together and say, look, we cannot condone this. This young lady has to leave. But meanwhile, on the other hand, in looking at what the reason why she does that, she has a very stressful work day, and then she uses that music to unwind. So the question then would be, if you're conflict, if you are called in to resolve that dispute, how do you align her need to want to relax at the end of a stressful work day, along with the need for the neighborhoods to have a quiet evening? Then you have intra-group conflicts. This is the type of conflict that occurs among members of a group or different groups. It's often caused by competing interests or incompatible goals. I think a very, very clear example would be having to balance the needs of the herdsmen against the needs of those who are farmers, and having to ensure some form of balance. And on a less complex level, we've seen intra-group conflicts between tribes over the use of land. We've seen intra-group conflicts between different companies over their stake of a market, especially where they have they are competing with one another in not just the market that they're trying to serve, but are also competing on a level that is essentially creating disputes and discord in the industry. You then have intergroup conflict. This is a conflict that occurs between two distinct groups. So I'll take that again. So the example I just gave now is intergroup in terms of different groups. Intra-group is when groups of the same group, members of the same group are fighting themselves. So for instance, if members in an association start fighting themselves, so let's say the plumbers association, the artisans, maybe there's been an agreement amongst them that this is the amount that you must take for pumping tires, and then someone decides, you know, for the sake of my client, my customer who I always pump his tire, instead of it being 300 naira, I'll do it for him for 250. And then other members find out and become angry with him. And then that escalates into a dispute where they say, you are no longer going to be a, I meant a vulcanizer. You're no longer going to be a vulcanizer with us to pump tires because you could not stay within the boundaries of our regulations. But as a conflict resolution practitioner, the question you're going to have to put to them is this: how do you balance his interest and his need to keep his customers coming to him, and the need for the association to ensure that there's a certain amount that is payable across board? One possible solution is you can have the other vulcanizers help him explain to his customer that, look, this is what they are accepting now. It is not out of any disrespect to you. I'm not asking you to pay more money just because I want to, but this is the situation. And if I do not cost my services as directed by the association, I run the risk of losing the ability to continue to earn as a organizer. So being able to look at the different creative ways to resolve a dispute can only happen when you have properly identified where that dispute is coming from, the behaviors that have that are the elements of that dispute, and how you can ensure that you transform the relationship of the parties such that their needs, their wants, and their obligations are now aligned and not at crossroads as before, which had led to the conflict. Now, what are the common nature and causes of conflict? So we've identified that it's always a behavior that would lead to a conflict. And in order to understand that behavior, you need to understand who are the subjects, who are the actual people. In mediation, we will learn that there are people we call the influencers. The influencers are the people at the background who are influencing the action of someone. So you also need to, as a conflict resolution practitioner, be consciously aware of who a possible influencer could be, because you need to know who the actual subject in the dispute is. You also need to know the actual object, what actually triggered this conflict. I remember some time ago, I had a senior mediator explain to us one of his experiences in a capital market dispute. The matter came as a capital market dispute in terms of the fact that it was between two companies. However, in the private caucus sessions, when they now started distilling and analyzing how the disputes arose in the private sessions that we had with each of the parties, it turned out that the main reason behind the capital market dispute was that the MD of one of the companies was suspecting that the MD of the other company was sleeping with his wife. So what on the face of it looked like a stock market, capital markets issue, eventually turned out to be really a family matter. So it's important for us to distill a dispute in order to be able to arrive at a solution that will actually solve the problems between the parties, that regardless of the form and the way in which it is manifesting itself. So miscommunication or lack of communication, like I gave in that example, the man suspected. So it's possible that lack of communication or miscommunication, the woman may be going out, she says, oh, I'm going to go and see Mr. So-and-so, and she forgot to mention that Mr. So-and-so is going to be in the house with his wife, and that she's going to see them for A, B, C, and D. So that miscommunication could have brought about that misconception as to whether or not the wife was being faithful in their marriage vows. Then conflicting interests and goals. It's important to know what the interests are. What does the person really want? Because in this particular example I gave, what the man really wanted was an assurance that his wife was faithful to him. And he was willing to destroy another person's company to be able to get that. Would he have gotten his wife's confession or whatever in that particular circumstances by destroying somebody else's company? Maybe not. The other side of it is that even that issue might never come to the fore. Meanwhile, a company has been destroyed, employees have lost their jobs, the government has lost revenue that could have come from tax, all because of a simple issue that could have been resolved via communication. Then differences in beliefs, opinions, and values. We see this happen a lot. Again, unfortunately, I have to use the examples with religion. We see a lot around the world on religious basis, on political basis, on political alignments, on issues of history, as we can see with the unfortunate situation with the Israel-Gaza war and with the Russia-Ukraine war. A lot of these differences in opinions, beliefs, and values stemming from a historical perspective. Then we have power imbalance and inequity. So in the particular, in the example that I gave of myself and the cleaner, there is clearly a power imbalance, because whatever I say, there's only so much she can do to stop me from doing what I want to do. And we see a lot of this power imbalance in family-related mediations where maybe the husband is significantly richer than the wife, or in employer-employee relationships, like the example I gave with the cleaner, or even where you have the MD or the organization essentially, for the lack of a better word, bully an employee into making him or her to do things that they don't want to do. And so when you see a power imbalance as a conflict resolution practitioner, one of the things that you need to do, and I'm sure we'll do a lot more of this later on with other facilitators when we're talking about the different stages of mediation, is to have private sessions to understand the origins of this power imbalance. And so for the wife, you would ask, how much money do you earn? If the woman tells you she's a full housewife, she's a full-time housewife, I'm sorry, she's a full-time housewife, she's been married to this man for 15 years and all she does is take care of the home and the kitchen, you already know that there's a power imbalance based on finances. And so you need to navigate that space to understand the interests and the needs. An example, again, when we mediators talk, we exchange experiences. There's a mediator explained about his experience with the family mediation where the wife was a very party-going person. And the husband said, look, I can't take it anymore. I think that, you know, we shouldn't be together anymore because no matter how much I speak or complain, you're the wife, you're not willing to change. Now, in the caucus sessions and the private sessions, the man said, look, I have 2 daughters. I don't want them to have the issues of not having their mother around. And so the mediator's question was, okay, even if from the circumstances you have the resources and the likes to take care of these girls, you will not, if you go to court, the court will not give you custody because they are less than 14. So what agreement can we come to that will help these girls? And he asked the woman the same thing. Ironically, both of them agreed that it's best the girls stay with their father on the condition that his mother stays in the house with them. Now, in certain situations, you might think, how can a woman be so irresponsible? But one thing that we need to understand as dispute resolution practitioners is that you keep your prejudices on your sleeve. You just keep your prejudices on your sleeve. Let people come to an agreement on how they want to resolve their dispute by themselves. You are not the one to preach to them. You are not their pastor. You are not their imam. And so those are some of the things that we need to be subconsciously conscious of when we are helping parties to resolve a dispute. Now, competition for scarce resources. We see this in some of the unfortunate situations we have in many parts of the continent where we have conflicts over issues of competition of scarce resources. We've seen this happen around the Lake Chad area, especially when the lake started receding its ice. It has receded by almost 90%. It has dried up by almost 90% in the last 40 years, creating a lot of what we have now come to know as environmental refugees. And so you see a lot of scuffles, you see a lot of fights over land, over water, all because the resources that used to be there has now become scarce, and more people, because of course fertility rates in those places are also high, more people are having to manage an even smaller resource pool. Then unclear roles and responsibilities. When a party feels that this other party should not tell them what to do, and this other party feels that I don't even need to tell you what to do before you know what to do. And you can, one of an easy example would be in the marriage where the man is of the opinion that the woman should be a full-time housewife, and the wife is of the opinion that no, I do not want to be, I do not want to have you dictate to me what I do in my life. And so when they are unable to clearly distinguish between themselves what the roles and responsibilities should be, that is also another cause of conflict. Then negative behavior and attitude. So in the example I gave with myself and the cleaner, if I choose to, like we say in this site, flex my muscle, I say, look, I don't want to see her for the next 3 months. Even if I want to pay her, let me consider it, let me think about it. 3 months later, she can come back. That's a very negative attitude, because at the end of the day, at the end of the 3 months, even if you decide to pay her back, if she even is still available, you have essentially deprived her and her family of the income that comes from there, which might be income that might not even be a big deal to you. What you pay her as a salary might not be significant in terms of the expenses that you incur on a monthly, weekly, or daily basis. So negative behavior and attitudes, you must be able to identify as a conflict resolution practitioner, because you need to also manage how you communicate with the person who is exhibiting the negative behavior or attitude. Then stressful circumstances. People can become easily angered, easily annoyed, easily irritable when they are stressed out. So it's important to be sure, it's important to know why a person is acting, and if one of it is a stress factor that has made the person act in the particular way that they've acted. Then systematic and structural injustice. I just want to confirm, can we all hear me, please? I just saw a glitch on my network.
Yes,
Yes,
I can hear you.
Yes, we
hear
can.
you.
You can hear you.
I can hear you.
I can hear you loud and clear, ma'am.
Thank you for the feedback. And I hope we're also listening, because very soon we'll begin to give our examples of conflicts and we would dissect it and analyze it. Okay, so systematic and structural injustice, we see this, an example, clear example would be the what we have with the Ogoni people in the Niger Delta areas, where we've seen systematic and structural injustice with respect to the Nigerian oil and gas sector. I know a lot has been said in that space, a lot has been done, but a lot still needs to be done. Then conflict escalation, something that was not a big deal, then it goes out of proportion, and you begin to wonder how did it start that we ended up here? And we've seen this in a number of things like wars, wars between countries, wars between nations, wars between tribes, which may have started out as a disagreement between two people, and other third parties then started getting into the conflict, and before we knew it, like we say in some places, all hell broke loose. Then cultural differences. Our culture informs how we interpret things. So in certain cultures, nodding your head, taking it up and down, is seen as saying yes. In India, if you do this, this is no. If you do this, this is yes. So, so if you shake your head in India, you are saying yes. And that is the way they interpret it. Now, imagine if an Indian is in a meeting with a Nigerian, and the person they're trying to close out on a business deal. And the Nigerian says something, and he's expecting the Indian to accept, and the Indian is saying, and then he looks at him and he's wondering, but I want you to accept this. He said, I accept it, I accept it. I'm telling you, I accept it. And, you can begin to imagine how the Nigerian would feel if the person does not understand that in India, shaking your head is yes, and nodding it up and down is no. So, especially for those of us who, by God's grace, would be involved more in international mediations, it's very important to do a bit of a background check on the cultural nuances of the parties that you will be helping or engaging with in handling their mediations. Now, what are some of the negative sides of conflict? It confuses and hypothesizes and believes the only solution is a battle. So if in the situation that I painted, I can begin to say things like, maybe a competing firm wants to use this cleaner against me. That's why she locked up the door when I had this important meeting. I begin to hypothesize. Maybe and at the end of the day, it might just turn out that she had so much on her mind, she forgot that she was supposed to leave the door open, which is why, again, as conflict resolution practitioners, we need to be very careful as to how to interpret the behaviors of people. Again, it starts from identifying where the conflict started and the behaviors that led to that conflict. Then we say things we don't mean and mean things we don't say. So I start saying things like, she's a lazy person. Meanwhile, I don't really mean it. I'm just angry. I'm looking for a way to vent out the anger. And then she begins to tell people that madam is just an inconsiderate somebody. And she doesn't mean it, but because she's hurt, that instead of me accepting her explanation, let me not call it excuse, because the use of words is also very important with conflict resolution, that, you know, that I was not comfortable with her excuse, and all of a sudden now I'm an inconsiderate woman. And maybe before she used to praise people, that my guy is a wonderful woman. In fact, at all my children's birthdays, she makes sure that she buys something for them. She'll give me and send it to them and all that. But now, because of this disagreement over a locked door, I have now become a wicked person, or a person who is inconsiderate. And so these are some of the things that we need to be conscious about, that the parties say things they didn't mean, or mean things that they didn't say. Then it impairs communication and heightens claim to rights. So I'll claim my rights to, I have a choice not to pay her. I have a choice not to engage her. In fact, there are so many cleaners out there, and she is trying to get across to me, and I'm refusing to listen to her. So you can see that the conflict now has become such that it's created a wall that is hindering communication. And that's the number one thing as a conflict resolution practitioner you must be very conscious of: communication between the parties. So again, another of my mediator stories. A senior mediator once told us about an experience of hers where two very highly respected political juggernauts in Nigeria had an issue over land in their state. And this involved even, I think, a former vice president of Nigeria. And she said, when they came for the mediation, they sat in the mediation room, and for almost 3 or 4 hours, if I remember, nobody said a word to the other person. But she kept quiet, said, whenever you were ready to talk, you'll talk. And one of them then said to the other, you know, you annoyed me. If my mother didn't say on her deathbed that I should solve this problem, I wouldn't even be here. And needless to say, that was the beginning of the open communication, and eventually they were able to resolve a matter that had been brewing between their families for over 20 years. So as a conflict resolution practitioner, you must help parties to communicate. Again, you are not the one to tell them what to do. Even in evaluative mediation, where you are helping the parties to evaluate their positions, it mustn't come out as if you are telling them what to do. You are essentially just generating options for them to then pick what option works best in the circumstances. The other negative part of conflict is it leads to chaos and destruction. I mean, I think I've said that enough. Conflict alternately strokes and crushes our egos, fuels and exhausts our will. So the cleaner feels humiliated, especially if she's brought people to beg me, and I said, no, I don't want to see her until 3 months' time. So she feels humiliated. I feel exhausted, because instead of me facing my work in the morning, I am waiting for this woman shouting and feeling and making her feel bad because I feel bad. You know, hurting people hurt others. And so it fuels and exhausts our will, it strokes and crushes our ego. So I'm trying to flex my muscle that I'm the madam, I'm the one that pays her. So I need to show her that I can deal with her. And we see a lot of this kind of behaviors with, unfortunately, narcissistic employers who just feel I can choose to owe anybody salaries and nobody would stop me for it, you know. Anyway, energizes us and freezes us in fear. So on the one hand, I am energized in my anger. She is frozen in her fear that if this woman stops my salary, my children may not be able to go to school. It speaks to a deep, ancient part of our souls that thirst for power and delights in revenge. So those are things that we need to be conscious of. Is this an issue of revenge? Now, conflict is not all doom and gloom. When individuals, groups, or organizations interact, there are bound to be disagreements, which, if not managed effectively, can escalate to conflict. Conflicts are an inevitable part of human life and must be resolved to enhance peaceful coexistence. This is to say that disputes are not always negative, but may also have a positive attribute. So what are some of those positive attributes? It could lead to change and development. So in resolving, because of this conflict, I now realize, look, I'm the owner of an office. I'm the owner of a business. I've given this cleaner too much power by allowing only her to have the key to my office. I should have my copy. So that conflict has led to me thinking that, okay, let me ensure that I have my own key, and that ensures that this kind of situation does not arise again. Then it tests group cohesion. The example I gave of the vulcanizer and their association pumping tires, the conflict between himself and the rest of his association members would help can help the association's leadership to say, okay, you know what, let us be asking our members how comfortable this is for them. If the price is too much, maybe we'll bring it down. And then secondly, let us have placards in front of or beside the pumping machine that has the amount, so that even before a customer comes and parks, they already see that this is the amount, so there's no room for argument. So it tests group cohesion. You can actually, by reason of a conflict, have conversations that you may not have ordinarily averted your mind to before the conflict happened. Then it releases tension and bottled up feelings, like the example I gave of the former vice president of Nigeria and his kinsman, who they had not spoken to each other for 20 years because of the land issue that they were having. In the space of 2-3 hours, they started communicating again, and that led to a lot of communication that released a lot of bottled up feelings. Then it identifies possibilities. So, like the example I gave with myself and my cleaner, I now have the possibility of owning my own office key, as against just having one person having access to the office. Then it generates new ideas. So the example of the vulcanizer and his association, a new idea of having to use signboards, not placards, sorry, signboards on their pumping machine or on their machinery, to ensure that even before you speak to the customer already is aware of how much to put to give for that service. Then effects necessary changes. So an example could be having to put a boundary wall around the community, or a fence around the community to demarcate where the community's boundaries lie and where the other community's boundaries lies, and in so doing, ensure peaceful coexistence. So if that conflict of someone having to farm across the community did not come up, that boundary would probably not have been there, and it may have resulted in an even greater conflict later in the future if you have not just one person farming across that boundary, but multiple farmers. It then becomes a problem of, how do we then deal with this? If it was just one person whose farm was across the boundary, it's a different thing. Now we have 30 people whose farms are across the boundary. Now it becomes a more difficult situation to handle. So if at the stage where it was just one person going across the boundary, it's easier to just say, okay, let's do this fence, or let's plant this particular type of tree along this line, so that we use that to show where the boundaries lie. Then it breaks unwholesome alliances. So examples is, for some of us that have teenage children, sometimes the conflicts that you have with them helps them to change the kind of friends they have. When you're like, nah, no, some of those things you are doing, it's not, the influence is not coming from you. Yeah. So one of the positive sides of even in parent-children relationship is that you can help them to realign themselves with friends of better character, because conflicts that have arisen has helped you to identify that, look, there are some characteristics in my child that I don't think came from her interacting with her siblings. Then provide an opportunity for dialogue. So the fact that the two communities were fighting over their boundary has now given them the opportunity to have to speak about the boundary. They may not have it might not have crossed the minds of the elders before that point, before that point in time, for them to speak about the boundary for their future generation's sake. But because of that conflict that had arisen and somebody now wanting to farm across that boundary, they now have that conversation. And then it reveals different needs and interests. Like in the community, it reveals the need to be able to feed their community members. It also reveals the need, the interest of the other community to ensure that their future interests are not hindered by the community whose population is increasing so much that their farmers are starting to encroach on their land. Now, before we go into conflict analysis, I want to ask Kodina. Kodina, can you kindly unmute and let us know an example of a positive side of conflict, a conflict that you saw happened, and because that conflict happened, things became better by reason of the conflict.
Good day, good morning, everybody. Once again, good morning, Mom.
Good morning.
I would actually like what you use as your own example with your cleaner.
Yes.
I want to use the example of myself and my nanny.
Okay.
Like 9 years ago. So during the course of her job into the COVID, my husband was more like she should stay at home while we will still pay her for the job. So she went outside telling people that we've already fired her when she didn't do anything, and she was receiving the salary. Wow. Meanwhile, that period she was receiving her 100,000 naira, which was her remuneration, without doing the job. So at that point, it's possible I was driving past and somebody who knows me, they are throwing, words of, how would this man have just relieved this lady of her job, even when she knew this is a very tight period of lockdown and all that. So one of the days I was driving past with my priest. And the priest happened to be a Yoruba man. So I said, please, I want you to be a witness to something. So at that point, I now wound down. So I asked her in Yoruba, I said, that is, did I offend you in any way? She said, no. Now there's a third party that is not even involved in this relationship of myself and the nanny. So I now said, I heard you told people that I fired you from the job. Did you or did you not collect your salary of 100,000 even up till last month? She said, yes. I said, this is your shop where you are right now. The container, who bought it for you? She said, I was the one. But at that point, I was getting upset already, because even as a nanny, and there are things she sees in the house that my children are not using, she doesn't even ask me, Auntie, can I take it? I see the children using it, and I smile to myself, despite the fact that I know that I don't need it at that point in time. So when I was angrily asking her that question, and she said, yes, that she has collected that salary, I said, so why do you now tell people that I sacked you from the job? She now started pleading, begging, and all that. So now at that point, I was mute, so that it wouldn't be that I responded in anger. The neutral third party was now the one that responded to her. Like, why would you have done something like this? That she started calling the name of the devil. But at that point, I just told myself something. I have touched life. I'm telling you, I said I have touched a life. At least she has somewhere, basis where she can start from. That is her shop where she makes hair for children while she receives that money. And did it lead to a change and development to myself? Yes, because at that point, my daughter was already, because my daughter came after 10 years of me having the boys. So wow. She was now like 7. So, and girls are faster in development than the boys, both mentally. So at that point, I saved the money that I was supposed to give her for the next month and the next 2 months. I was able to buy a washing machine with it, which was the major job she was doing.
So she
So at that
unfortunately
point,
did lose her job.
yeah, she just I just had to relieve her and told her that, you know what, you can now go without us having issue. At least I have a third party who actually heard the real truth of what actually transpired. And those people she has been talking to still see her knock at my gate, and she still collect food stop up till this moment, but she's no longer working for me.
Interesting. So from what you had just mentioned, and thank you very much, Mark, for the example. So one of the things that have positive things that come out of that conflict is you had to effect necessary changes. So by reason of her not working with you anymore, you were able to use her salary to buy a new washing machine. The other thing is that it also helped you to identify other possibilities that, right, instead of having someone who would go around spoiling my name, why don't I just buy a machine that will do the same work that she's doing? And then it also has helped, it also gave you an opportunity for dialogue, because by bringing in this third party, you were able to open up to her that, okay, this is what I'm hearing. Because if you had said it in her presence like that, it would seem as if you're beraging her or, castigating her. But by having a third party to hear both sides, who doesn't necessarily have any interest in the matter, it was easy for you to tell her, look, this is the situation, this is my decision, why did you do this? And on the basis of this is what I have decided to do. So we can see a lot of the positive sides of conflict coming out of that. Of course, maybe to her, it might not be so positive, but when you consider the fact that you've also helped her to establish her own business, she can also use the opportunity to scale up on her business and get other people to work for her and even begin to earn more working for herself. Yes, Madam Gloria Jude. I see your hand is raised. You have the floor.
Yes, please. It's a question, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Please. Stemming from one of the scenarios you gave us and you played, okay, assuming in a compound or in a place, and then a particular person is always blasting radio or maybe music and all of that, and then and then maybe probably this particular person, like you said, maybe he just wanted to unwind once in a while, and the other person that when reporting and all of that to come and warn him and all of that, maybe they also do the same, even worse, even bring in maybe visitors a lot, make noise, the compound, and this other person is not someone that always reports people. He just bears with them within that period. They're making their own noise and keeps calm. But this other one, just immediately they see this other one trying to trying to unwind, maybe catch cues and maybe hide his own video. They'll go report it to others. Come and they start knocking at his door, or maybe begin to say, see what you're doing. Now, is it a defense? Is it enough defense for this person to say, okay, what about you? The other day, that is even your stock in trade. That's exactly what you do. Why are you not reporting me? Or why are you coming to me to, So please, is it a defense to say, but you too are doing it? Would they come up and report you, and then they win the case, because they reported you, while they're also doing the same thing, but you don't report them? Please, that is the question. Thank you, please.
Okay, so let's identify what is the behavior that is now causing the conflict. The sound, right? The issue of the sound.
Music, yes.
The issue of the music. So there is the issue of the music, that is one conflict. The issue of what they are doing is another conflict. So let's identify who are the actual subjects in this particular scenario. The actual subjects are the neighbors, and not just the neighbors that are also blasting their own music, but the other neighbors. That is why it's important that you identify who the real subjects are. The other neighbors who don't play any music at all, who don't have visitors at all, are also as disturbed about the noise as the ones who are also blasting the music. Is it not?
Yes, it is.
Yes. So Yeah, so it's important to first identify the parties involved, the behavior involved, the experiences involved. So in doing that, you are able to then say, oh, this lady that is blasting music, let's talk about her own issue first. Don't let's mix issues together. The issue of the people with the partying and the friends coming over is a separate, with the visitors, it's a separate issue. And so when you deal with the issue of the noise, you can say, okay, can you have a soundproof room in your house? Get somebody who is a contractor to, again, the positive side of conflict is that you begin to think about possibilities. Can you have a soundproof thing in your house such that you can blast your music, but the sound will not come out? Are you willing to pay that extra cost? Otherwise, you have to leave this area because we cannot stand the noise. We have children that are going to school, or we have an aged mother or father who can easily have a heart attack if sudden music. Please, can we? Okay, yeah. So I've sorted that out. Yeah. Please, can we have some form of understanding on this issue of your music? When you now have agreed that, okay, the lady can do up her room, have a place that is soundproof so that she doesn't disturb anybody, then you move to the next issue. That is why even in court, you are required to list out issues for determination. You need to identify the issues. It is when the issues are modeled up that it is difficult to resolve. When you isolate the issues, and the easiest way to isolate the issues is based on the behaviors. When you isolate the issues based on behaviors and experiences, you've isolated the subject, the actual parties, you've isolated the object, the actual issue that the subjects have that is resulting in this behavior out of the experience that they had. It's easier to know, okay, this is issue number one. There is one noisy neighbor. Issue number two, there is another noisy neighbor. Issue number three, there is another noisy neighbor who has visitors. So you identify them and treat them and address them one by one. Madam Gloria, does that address your question?
Yes, but then this other person, he doesn't report them when they are doing their own. But then when reporting him, it's okay that they won't reporting him, even when he doesn't report them when they are also making their own noise. that's only the concern.
Well, that's an issue of communication, but let's quickly move on. That's an issue of communication. So it's important for them in that circumstance to deal with it by communicating to themselves and saying, look, this other person does this and this, and you have to bring some form of evidence. Like the day it happens, you say, see, this is what I was talking about. So stages of conflict. So you've identified it. Let's come to the stages. We have emergence. At this stage, the conflict emerges and comes to light. People know that you people are fighting. That's essentially what this is. Then escalation. If the built-up tension increases hostility between parties. So I become more rude to the cleaner becomes more rude to me. Involvement. All parties are involved in the conflict at this stage. And then resolution. Resolution, again, depends on if the parties really want to have their matter resolved. Then reconciliation. Reconciliation is the stage where after resolution, you are able to transform the relationship between the parties such that they can continue to relate going forward. Now, stages of a conflict in summary and the resolution is the formation of the conflict when based on the behavior, based on the subjects, that's the people, based on the object, which is the experience, the subject and the experience relates to what resulted in the behavior. You then have an escalation, and that results in a crisis. When you are resolving the conflict, you de-escalate, you identify the behaviors, you open dialogue between the parties, and bring the possibility of the conflict escalating down. Very important as a conflict resolution practitioner. And then transformation, you transform the relationship between the parties. So as much as what it was before the conflict happened, also taking out the different possibilities and ideas from the experience of the conflict. So some of the skills you can use is the 5 Whys, the 5 Ws, the 1H, and so what. Where is the conflict? Where did this conflict happen? You've identified it. Who are the parties? What is the conflict about? When did it begin? Why the conflict? Why are the parties fighting in the first place? And how is the conflict progressing? In other words, how is it escalating? So what do we do to end it? This is the resolution. This is where we come to the point of resolution. So we have various methods of conflict analysis. We have interest-based negotiations where you negotiate based on the interests of the parties. You have mutual problem solving, which is what we do in mediation, having the parties come up with solutions and the mediator essentially allowing for effective communication so that parties can resolve the disputes together. Conflict mapping, where you're like, conflict mapping was what I just did with the example Madam Gloria gave, which was there are various conflicts in one. It's not just one dispute. It's not just about neighbors having difficulty staying with each other. We need to identify the different conflicts. One is noise, the other is visitors, the other is noise and music. Then timeouts. How do you allow the distance in time to help de-escalate the dispute? So you can say, let us adjourn. When we come back, we'll give parties time to think of possible solutions when they are not just thinking of the issues between them, but are thinking of solutions to come up in the particular scenario. Then third-party interventions, like in Gloria's example, like in Cordinia's example, then unilaterally declared ceasefire. We see that in a lot of international related matters where you have wars between countries and ceasefires specifically to not just de-escalate the conflict, but also to help with humanitarian activities. Other analysis tools, which I think we will have to read and study, will be, you may need to do a survey of the situation. And this applies also to construction mediations, where you might require some form of third-party expert to give an analysis of the conflict. Checklists as a guide, group discussion, making tools to help parties reach an agreement, visual models. For some mediations, you might have to draw a map or draw a diagram to help the parties to identify how to resolve the dispute. Then simulations, these are for complex finance-related transactions, where you use simulations to show where the cost has accrued for one party and where the revenue has been depleted for another party. And then decision trees. Decision trees are used more in cost management disputes, where you then ask, if A happened, would it result in B and C? If it resulted in B and C, what would be the effect of it being C? What would be the effect of it being B? And then you essentially create a tree of decisions coming out of one event. Other conflict analysis tools involve identifying and analyzing the parties involved, assessing the nature and causes of the conflict, examining the dynamics of the relationship between the parties. That's where you can identify power imbalances if they exist. Then understand the context within which the conflict took place. So like the example of the neighbors, understand what the situation is in that neighborhood that have led to the conflict. Because if the neighborhood was one that is full of maybe musicians, artists, one person might not be really bothered if the other person is making noise. Analyze the interests and the needs of the parties, explore possible solutions. This comes up with respect to conflict resolution. Then develop strategies for managing the conflict in a situation where it is obvious that the conflict cannot be resolved, but you can stop it from escalating, because that is also an important job for the conflict resolution practitioner. Then create an action plan for the resolution of the dispute. So conflict resolution methods, unfortunately, we won't be able to give examples, but we have accommodating, where one party accommodates the other and accepts what the other person has said in order for peace to reign. Avoiding, one person avoids the other party, maybe in this, in the boundary issue. one community says, okay, we'll avoid this area because we have now come to understand that it belongs to the other community. So you avoid in order to help with resolving the dispute. Then you compromise. In this same issue of land boundary, you can decide, okay, this area that we are not sure who owns what. Let us split it 50-50. This side will be my own, that side will be your own. Or let us split it, the part that is to the stream is my own, the part that is to the hills is your own. Then collaboration. This is similar to compromise, but can be seen as part of it as well. You essentially sit down together to find a commonly beneficial solution to the problem. Competition is another form of conflict resolution, and we see this more in litigation, where the parties compete with each other with the intention of winning the argument. And whoever then wins the argument ends up winning the case or the arbitration award. At this point, I would like to ask, do we have any questions? Okay, so we don't have any questions, since I basically ran through that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ma. I missed one part. I just got compromising and competition.
Yes,
Compromising and competition. Okay, let me just open that up. Oops. Sorry, just a minute. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
So competition is like avoidance, but it's on the other scale of the conflict resolution spectrum, in that they believe that the only way the matter can be resolved is by winning the argument. So that's what happens when a mediation gets to the point where parties are saying, look, we cannot agree, let the court make a decision for us. Then they now go to court and put forward their arguments, and it's the court that then tells them who essentially wins and who didn't win. So it's a form of conflict resolution because it brings an end to the conflict. So for instance, if two families are fighting over land, and the court then says this is the family that owns the land, that conflict has ended, in that you cannot then say, no, the land belongs to me. No, there's a court judgment that says the land does not belong to you. And so this is a form of conflict resolution. So conflict resolution methods have now evolved into the different methods that are now used for resolving conflicts. So you have litigation, arbitration, mediation, all different expressions of the conflict resolution methods that have been expressed here. So I'm so sorry, because of the next facilitator, I have to stop there. Thank you so very much for listening, and I wish you all the best for the rest of today's trainings. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for all the
very much.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Ma, for that wonderful session. May I thank you on behalf of the governing body of Settlement House Area Training Institute for that wonderful session. Thank you very much. Without waste of time, I would like to call on our next speaker. I believe that he has been here. Apologies to you, sir. Due to some situations here in Nigeria, the first speaker was not able to meet up, and we had to eat a little into your time. We're very sorry, Mr. Victor. Mr. Victor, sir, are you with us? Hello, Mr. Victor.
Communication and mediation. Many interest na police. Many interest na she.
Yeah, so we're very sorry, sir. Mr. Victor, we had some situation. Our first speaker did not start on time because of some delay on traffic. We're very, very sorry for that, sir. That's why she extended a bit. We're happy to have you here. Without waste of time, we'll want to introduce our speaker. Mr. Victor has been okay. Are you sharing your screen? Okay. Mr.
Yeah,
Victor.
I'm working on sharing my screen.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Mr. Victor is one interesting personality to listen to. Is one of the bulldozers when it comes to the area of mediation, both in Africa and the world at large. When you listen to him speak, you will actually understand what I'm saying. He's someone who has his way around words, and he has learned from the fruits of divergent experts in the field. And today we'll be fortunate and privileged to have him speak to us on important topics, one of the important aspects of your training. And we have shared his profile with the participants, so we'll skip that. We are going to display it on the screen. If you check your WhatsApp group, you see his profile, but he is a jammed Western fellow in the United States of America. And without waste of time, let me welcome him. He has been very, very helpful and supportive. He is a faculty member of Settlement House ADR Training Institute. He's also a faculty member of ACOTS International in India. He has been training. He's a senior fellow of JAM Western Fellowship, and he has been doing wonderful works in Kenya, Kaguma, around that axis. We're happy to have you here, sir. Please, over to you to save our time.
Thank you so much, my good brother, Mr. Nanchang. It's always good to be here and to share and to impart others with knowledge that we've gathered from some of the best individuals in the game. As you've heard, my name is Victor Baba Emmanuel Aligo, and today, in the best interest of time, we'll just straight away dive into our subject matter for the day. We'll be talking about effective communication, on non-verbal communication, what it entails, and some of the nuances and subtleties that we ought to look out for in communication. With that said and done, I'll try and share my screen. Okay, so okay. Just a moment as we try and work this out. Okay. Mr. Nanchang, you and I will coordinate. If you can see my screen, just give me a thumbs up.
All right.
Okay. So screen, all right. Oh, that's Zoom. Hello, do you see my screen?
Yet, sir. Not
All
yet.
right. You can see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
just a minute.
okay, as he does that, can you
Okay.
all on your cameras? Let's have a snapshot with him before he proceeds, please. Please kindly on your cameras. Let's have a snapshot.
All right.
Put on your cameras. Let's have a snapshot. Everyone, please. Everyone, put on your camera, please. Just a few seconds will be done. Put on your camera. Let's have a snapshot. Can we do that quickly? We'll be happy to see your faces. Please. Victor Frederick Kenred, put on your camera. Victor Frederick Olua. Ife Oluapo. Olua, please, your camera, please. Just. Yeah.
I can't hear again.
I can hear you.
Yes. Please, are we all set? Can we take it now?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. Everyone, your camera. Thank you. Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Wow. Wow. This is wonderful. Let me confirm if we are good to go. Okay. Yes, we will be good to go shortly. Okay. Okay. I think. Oh. Okay, I think we are good to go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sir,
Okay.
can you share now?
Let me know if you can see my screen.
All right.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet. You can just click on the sharing button, and you are a co-host. I believe you should be able to do more than. Okay, or can you can send it to me. Let me see if I can share it from this end. Hello? Mr. Victor, can you hear me? Um,
Hello, Mr. Nanchang. Where should I click? You say.
share screen, or you can share it with me. I will share the screen for you.
Because I already shared with you.
Okay, that's mediators. Is this?
No, it's not this one.
Okay, share the other one. Send
It
it.
should be on your WhatsApp.
Okay, this is the only one there now. Just share
All
again.
right.
Just forward it. Okay, so as he does that, Mr. Victor Baba, okay, good. Mr. Victor Baba is an ordained minister and a marketplace emissary to his generation. He is an alternative dispute resolution system design consultant and a mediation trainer, a John Western Fellow in 2020 in the United States of America, California particularly. He has practiced community mediation, family mediation, and intercultural mediation for 6 years with different entities, including FIDA in Kenya. He is an advisor to the rector and a visiting lecturer at the Global University of Somalia. And he is an empaneled faculty for the mediation hubs in Nigeria, Lagos, and Kaduna, respectively. He is a mediation expert at Accords International, among several other things that I've shared with you. So without waste of time, let me just share this. Yes, this is it. Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful design. This is actually an expert design. We are really happy and privileged to see it. Thank you very much for this wonderful. Okay, so okay, so here we go. All right. This is what you want, right?
Yeah, that's it, my good friend.
Good.
All right. And sorry, everyone. My apologies for the clumsy start to our presentation. Thank you so much, Mr. Nanchang, always for the opportunity to impart knowledge. I like to do right now. It's 4 a.m. in my time zone, and I'm happy to be here. With that said and done,
Wow.
we'll get straight away to business, effective communication. And as I said earlier on, in the best interest of time, we will take a dive into non-verbal communication for an interesting reason. One, 93% of communication is non-verbal. And what do I mean by non-verbal communication? Non-verbal communication includes your facial expression, it includes your body language, it includes your intonation, it includes your eye contact, and so on and so to speak. But before we get into that, allow me to say one or two things, and then we will begin. We will start. Number one, communication has taken some form of change, and this is because of technological advancement. As a matter of fact, in mediation, we talk about traditional communication where we have got face-to-face interaction, and of course, we've got online communication and hybridized communication. What do I mean by hybridized communication? This is where you have a merger between communication in its traditional sense and the using communication much simpler. As a matter of fact, Zoom has broken the barrier, a communication barrier, so to speak. So that is something that is very important. And maybe at a future date, we might have a conversation around that, since this is a foundational training on effective communication. One or two facts that I'd like to bring to your attention: that communication can lead to communication breakdown, or communication can lead to communication breakthrough. Now, in mediation, we talk about both elements of communication. Just that should be on the. Sorry, Mr. Nanchang, that should be on.
Yes.
That should be on the. That should be on the fourth slide, where we've got communication. Right. So communication can lead to communication breakdown, and this is likely to lead to conflicts. But effective communication can lead to breakthrough, communication breakthrough. And that's what mediation is all about. As a matter of fact, one of the definitions of mediation is that mediation is the science or art of strategic communication. I'm going to say that again. Amongst the many definitions of mediation that you've come across or you will come across, communication is the art of strategic communication. And I cannot overemphasize on that enough. So communication becomes pivotal in mediation. As a matter of fact, it said that 90% of all conflicts can be traced to communication misunderstanding. I am stressing on this to let you know the significance of communication in mediation.
Mr. Victor?
Right?
Mr. Victor?
Yes.
Please, can I take 1 minute out of your time?
It's all right.
The last speaker you know, we didn't take a photograph with, and I would like to have a beautiful face, including yours. So, pardon me, just 1 minute. Foluke, please, can you put on your camera? Let's have a snapshot. Anyone who wants to be part of it, just one, please. Let's. Can I see? We'll be happy to have that with you. Please. Okay, so let's pin this.
Melissa?
I can see. Foluke, can you put on your camera?
I'm trying to, but it's not. I'm not being allowed.
Okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. You are not. Where are you? Okay. Allow. How to start the video. Okay, can you do that now? Wow, beautiful. Okay, so. Oh, this is. Okay. Okay, so we are going to have a beautiful. Yes. Okay, so okay. Mr. Victor, your camera is off. Mr. Victor. I can't. Mr. Victor. Okay. So I think oh, okay. Where is yes. Victor. Okay, so let's see. Side by side speaker. So Mr. Victor. Okay, can you, Mr. Foley, Miss Foley? Okay, all right. I think we this is beautiful. Yes, thank you very much. We appreciate you greatly. Yes. All right, Mr. Victor. Mr. Victor, can you hear me? Okay, just a minute. Thank you very much. I believe that is much better now. You can go ahead, sir. We are privileged to have you appear. Thank you, sir.
All right, it's much better. Just a moment.
Thank you very much. Sorry for waking you up 4 a.m. for this particular training. Please, our participants, ensure that you maximize this opportunity.
It's all right.
Thank you very much, sir.
It's all right. I signed up for it, so no worries about that. No worries about that.
Thank you very much.
I signed up for this.
Thank you very much, sir. God bless you.
Thank you,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, back to what I was saying. Communication can be broken into two aspects. We have communication breakdown and communication breakthrough. And the gap through is effective
Sir, can you try
communication.
sharing your screen? Can you try it from your end? If not, I can go ahead and share.
All right.
You will see the green button for the sharing of. Okay, click on it and then click on what you want to share and then click on share afterwards. Perfect. Oh, are you sure? It seems okay. What I can see here is
right.
What I can see here is screen. Okay. Can you try that again? Click on the share screen button. Then, okay, are you using a system or a Mr. Victor? Are you using a system? Okay, sir, we can see some beautiful Go ahead. Please go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Today, we will zero down on nonverbal communication. As a matter of fact, it said that 93% communication is nonverbal. And what we mean by nonverbal? Nonverbal communication connotes your eye contact, your body language, your voice intonation, your emotions, and all that kind of things. So I'd like us to look at barriers to communication. Number one, we've got poor communication. Number two, we've got high emotions. Emotions are good. As a matter of fact, we are emotional beings. That's just wired into how we are. But sometimes unbalanced display of emotion can lead to communication breakdown in mediation. And so it's always important to look out for that. As a matter of fact, it is a sign of early warning to you as a mediator. When you begin to see emotions flaring up, that's a good sign for you maybe to take note of what's happening, number one. Or number two, you want to take precautionary measures, such as going into private rooms. We'll get to have a look at that later on when we talk about breaking of impasses and when we talk about opening statements in mediation. That's very important. So a 90% misunderstanding is a cause of 90% of all conflict, right? So 90% of conflict rather is traceable to misunderstanding, simple things that eventually evolve into a conflict or dispute, if you like. Nanchang, I'd like us to go maybe to slide number 5. Oh yeah, we were talking about we don't need to, in the best interest of time, we won't have a look at this. So just proceed to the next slide. I think we've looked at this. Proceed to the next slide. All right. Importance of effective communication. Number one, it establishes connection, trust, and rapport. And my good audience, friends and brothers and sisters, I want you to know that communication in mediation begins at the instance of the first call that you're having with the parties, where a client walks into your office, or where it's a court-connected program where a file is referred to you. Communication begins at that point. So it's always important to bear this at the back of our minds. Number one, communication is important in establishing connection, trust, and rapport. Social capital, that's what I call a social capital. It's a form of take shape. You will need to take advantage of this social capital that you have established with the parties. And social capital here is connection, trust, and rapport. If we had time, I would have taken you through the Abraham's Maslow hierarchy of needs. One of the fundamental needs that you looks and creates connection. That sense dynamics of connection via a virtual platform and connection on a face-to-face kind of an interface. So this is very important. And then number two, communication is of significance in building credibility. Earlier on, I mentioned to you that mediation is the science and art of strategic communication. And therefore, every mediator should be an excellent or strategic communicator for that matter. And that brings us to our third point. Communication is important in empowering the parties to identify and articulate their interests. One of the most significant tools in the toolbox of a mediator is what we call interest identification skills. In mediation, the language is interest. Every human being has got an interest, and human beings are driven by their interests. Every human being, irrespective of faith, irrespective of gender, irrespective of their societal class, they are driven and motivated by interests. Interests activate human beings. As a matter of fact, why you are taking these courses is because you have an interest in the ADR community. So I cannot overemphasize on that. Interest identification skills, very important. Hopefully tomorrow or next tomorrow, we'll get to have a look at strategies of breaking stalemates in mediation. And one of the strategies that you ought to have, and as you venture into practice, you begin to cultivate this skill. So it's a skill that is gradually cultivated. It's not something that you there's no pill for it. There's no injection for that particular skill. So that's very important. And sometimes the parties have no idea on what their interests or their goals are. And so often as mediators, we are called to help the parties articulate their issues. And that's why I talk about interest identification skills. Sometimes we are called upon to help the parties identify and better articulate what their interests are, and so on and so to speak. And that brings us to our fourth point. Effective communication is significant in breaking stalemates and impasses. Now, what do I mean by a stalemate? A stalemate is a dead end. It's a situation that arises when none of the parties is willing to compromise. And again, let me say this, that mediation is a game of compromise. It's a game of give and take. So a stalemate is a situation that occurs where none of the parties or one of the parties is willing to compromise, or the parties all of a sudden are not interested in mediation again. So that is something that is very important. And then number 5, effective communication is important for effective dialogue process. Mediation is a dialogue process. And as a matter of fact, there are scholars who see mediation as a dialogue between two individuals. And you, as a mediator, you have been invited into that conversation. And this makes the process sacred and very important, because you realize two individuals or two adults with the right frame of mind have invited you into their dialogue process. So you want to be careful with that. And then last but not least, communication is important for the flow of information. And information in mediation can be simplified into 3 levels. In mediation, we've got what we call the non-knowns. The non-knowns. This is information that is known by you, the mediator, and the parties, the non-knowns. And then we have got what we call the non-unknowns. Non-unknowns. And this is why communication is very important. The non-unknowns. And at this realm, your role as a mediator is to dig into information. And then last but not least, we've got the unknown unknowns. So number 1, we've got the non-knowns. This is information that is at disposal of everyone. By everyone, I mean the parties and you, the mediator. And then, of course, we've got the non-knowns, the non-unknowns rather. And sometimes the non-unknowns here could be the interests of the parties. You, the mediator, you've taken time to look at the case file, you've interacted with the parties, and you've come and discovered that there are certain things that the parties ought to know, but they do not know about the case itself or about them as personalities involved in conflict. And then last but not least, we've got the unknown unknowns. And sometimes it will take days just trying to get at the unknown unknowns. I see somebody I see somebody writing the non-knowns. All right, that's good. Nanchang, we can proceed to the next slide. Hello, Mr. Nanchang, we can proceed to the next slide. All right. We won't get into this traditional communication in mediation and virtual communication. So we'll just straight away move to the next slide. Again, we'll move to the next slide. We won't get into hybridized mediation where we have got virtual communication and face-to-face communication taking place. So we'll just move to the next slide, Mr. Nancha. All right, just move again to the next slide. We won't get into the merits and demerits of all that, and this is all in the best interest of time. Just proceed to the next slide. Or again, proceed to the next slide. We won't get into all these Okay, yes. The next slide where you have classification. No, prior to this. All right, just sorry. The next, proceed to the next. All right, this is where we are. So I want us to look at the primary significance of nonverbal communication. And nonverbal communication, as we highlighted earlier on, refers to communication, your body language, your facial expression, your emotions, and your eye contact, and so on and so to speak. So there are four primary roles that nonverbal communication play within the realm of communication, right? So we've got affirmation, right? When somebody's crying, for instance, it affirms remembering a painful or tragedy that they have gone through in their previous life. So that's what affirmation is all about. Again, affirmation could be where you tap somebody at the back. When you tap somebody at the back, that's a form of that's affirming them. Or when somebody is speaking and you're nodding your head, you are affirming to them that I'm not just listening with my ears, I'm listening with my body language. You have my attention. When somebody is speaking and you are nodding your head, you are affirming to them that, do you know what? I am paying attention to all that you have to say. You have got my attention. So that's what affirmation is all about. And body language has a way of affirming the words that are being spoken. So that's very important. And then number two, nonverbal communication can contradict verbal communication, what somebody is saying. And that's why in mediation, we often talk about the art of listening or three-dimensional listening, where you are listening with your ears. You are hearing the words and the sound that is coming out of that particular person. And then we've got listening with your eyes. This is where you are paying attention to their body language. And this is very important. And then number three, we've got listening with your heart. Sometimes we just need to listen with our heart. And that's going to be very important. It's an art that with time we will all begin to appreciate. So contradiction. So body language can contradict what somebody's saying. And at this point in time, I just want to present to you a fact that I've come to discover, that every time somebody is saying one thing and their body language is saying another thing, I always tend to trust their body language. It's easy for people to say things that they do not mean. And this is because of the fact that we live in a society where people can be taught to lie. However, it's difficult for you to lie with your body. And that's why I stick to the position that every other time there's a conflict between what somebody is saying, what's coming from the mouth of a person and their body language, I always tend to trust their body language. And this is because it's not easy for you to fake your body language. It's easy for you to fake your language. So that's very important. And then number three, nonverbal communication can substitute verbal communication. And this is very important. For instance, sometimes the best way to express how you are feeling is by laughing. And sometimes the best way for you to effectively communicate how you are feeling is by crying. And crying here can connote, maybe you've gone through a painful ordeal before, a predicament, or it can show joy. That's why we've got tears of joy for that matter. So this is very important. Sometimes body language will substitute what your vocabulary may not effectively communicate. So it's always important that we have a look out for that particular a kind of a scenario. Substitution, very important. And then last but not least, non-verbal communication often complements verbal communication. And always remember this at the back of your mind, that non-verbal communication amounts for 93% of communication. So 7% of communication is what we verbatimly communicate, verbal words, our vocabularies, and so on, and so to speak. I don't want to belabor on this, so Mr. Nanchang will proceed to the next slide. All right, classification of non-verbal communication. Body language. Body language. And this is straightforward. Your body language can really tell us a lot about yourself. It can tell us about your confidence levels. It can tell us if you are scared, right? Just your body language. And then, of course, we've got the type of cue, right? But we've got, space. How we use space communicates a lot. For instance, people who've had a past, and a bad past for that matter of fact, you don't want to bring them closer, right? So again, that is something that you want to look out for. The space between the parties will often tell you a lot. Their sitting postures communicates a lot to you, the mediator. I once had a dispute resolution where there was this board of directors of an NGO, and we were having this kind of a meeting, and they couldn't look at one another. They simply couldn't maintain an eye contact for more than 2 seconds. And already that was just, that was confirming a few things at the back of my mind, that the dispute here could be very prolonged, or the dispute here could be very deep. And so this is some of the things that we look out for. Eye contact, the spacing between the two individuals or the three individuals in the room. That's very important. And then again, function of your body. Your function of the body can really tell us a lot about who you are. And then silence. Silence is a powerful tool of communication that towards the end of my presentation, we'll get to look at the power of silence, what silence communicates, and how you can deploy silence in mediation. And then, of course, we've got humor. Humor is very important. There are mediators that I have learned and I keep learning from, who have effectively mastered the art of humor. And the thing about humor is that if you are not careful, humor could make things worse. And one of the principles that we have as mediators is, don't make things worse. Do not harm any of the parties. Already as things are, they are pretty bad. So you want to look out for that. So if humor is not your thing, I'd ask that you would desist from that. But here is one point for you to take note of insofar as humor in mediation. Always try to make humor that is self-deprecating. What do I mean by self-deprecating? This is a kind of humor that makes you look bad, you the mediator. You don't want to make a humor or a joke that makes one of the parties look bad. However, in mediation and in courtrooms, and judges will tell you this, that they often make jokes that reflect bad on themselves. So that's what we refer to as self-deprecating art. And this is very important, for instance, where you've got small children. Sometimes the best and most effective communication channel for kids is art. They just need a paper and they will draw to you a few things. If their father is an abusive father, they will draw to you a monster. So art is an important form of communication. And with this, to proceed to the next slide, Mr. Nanchang. So this is how we classify nonverbal communication. All right, I'd like us to look at the functional analysis of cues. And functional analysis of cues can be broken into three fundamental factors. Emotions. Your body language communicates emotions, right? Which is very important. And then two, Your body language can communicate your attitude. For instance, where you have a lady, shaking their head, you want to be on the lookout for that. But again, I'm told from a cultural standpoint, shaking of our head within the Asian community means something altogether. So we need to be we need to be on the lookout for that particular variable of cultures. Well, so your body language can communicate your attitude. Overconfidence can be seen. You don't need to tell me that you are overconfident. I just need to take a look at your body posture. Have you folded? Are your legs folded? Is one of your leg on top of the other leg? That tells me that you are extremely confident. And where you have somebody who's shrunk on the seat, right? That communicates to you that they are scared or they fear. And later on, as we look at opening statement, we'll begin to realize the importance of making the parties feel safe. The mediation room, and by mediation room here, it's not just the physical room. It could be the virtual room. One of your roles and responsibilities as a mediator is to make sure that the parties feel comfortable and safe. So the mediation room should be a safe space. It should be a safe haven, so to speak. And it behooves us as mediators to make sure that it does look that way. And then the other thing is that non-verbal cues or non-verbal communication can really reveal to you power dynamics. And what do we mean by power dynamics? Power dynamics here refers to an imbalance between the parties. And this imbalance can be attributed to quite a number of variables. One of the variables could be economic muscle. One of the parties has got more economic muscle compared to the other one. In the context of a matrimonial dispute, and by matrimonial dispute, I'm referring to a dispute where you've got marriage, or you've got a husband and a wife, or children for that matter. Sometimes economic muscles can really affect the playing field. So you ought to look out for that. In employer-employee disputes, you're likely to see power dynamics, because at the end of the day, truth be told, the employer and the employee are not on an equal footing, right? But as mediators, one of our roles is to make sure that the mediation room or the mediation field is a level playing field. And of course, there are strategies on how to address the issue of power dynamics. Mr. Nanchan, we can proceed to the next slide. And if anyone has got a question, you can put it on the chat box, or later on you can ask me verbatimly. All right. So emotions can be characterized in two formats. So we've got universal emotions, smiling, laughing, and all that kind of stuff, crying. But then, of course, we've got context-specific emotions that sometimes cannot be. If you are not part of that particular group, you might not fully understand it. I mean, in the African setup, for instance, mourning is almost synonymous with crying. However, there are cultures where mourning, you'll see people laughing and all that kind of stuff. So it's always good to be aware and to have a look at that. Mr. Nanchang, let's proceed to the next slide. Mr. Nanchang, can we proceed to the next slide? Okay, the power of culture and environment. And I think tomorrow we'll be looking at culture in mediation. So I don't want to emphasize on this at this point. So we'll just proceed to the next slide, where we'll get to have a look at universal emotions. These are universal emotions, admiration, for instance. There's a way we show admiration to people that we look up to. or people who are senior to us, particularly within the African context. Gratitude, right? When somebody's putting their hands together like this, like I am putting, you know, my hands are together, that shows gratitude. It shows gratitude. And then satisfaction. There are universal emotions that show satisfaction. For instance, a firm handshake. That's a form of satisfaction. Amusement, right? Then we've got love. And then we've got happiness. And there are, these are just universal emotions that we can all put our face to. And that brings me to, again, shame. We've got shame, we've got guilt. Oh, sorry. Let's proceed to the 17th slide where we talk about and these beautiful words around silence. Couldn't find or situate who said these words. The next slide. Kindly proceed to the next slide. The next one on silence. The next one. Sorry. All right. Beautiful words here. I don't know what you people think about this, but maybe once I'm done with my presentation, we'll get to have a look at what you people think about these words. My silence spoke 1,000 words, but you never heard them. Silence is a powerful tool of communication in mediation. And sometimes I use silence to make the parties understand that one, the dispute belongs to them, and number two, the solutions are resident with themselves. So sometimes when things are just it's like we're hitting a brick wall, and that's what a stalemate is. A stalemate is like your back is at the wall, and you can't seem to make any progress. That's what a stalemate is. Sometimes what I use is silence. I just go silent. And what this silence does is that it provokes something in the parties. All of a sudden, they begin to realize that, you know what? The solution is with us, the parties.
Hello, Mr. Victor.
Hello?
Yeah, okay.
Right. Could we move to the next slide after silence, where I talk about listening and the power of listening in mediation?
Yes, sir.
And there's a good book on listening that I maybe at some point I'd like, if you can get it on Apple Play Store, please get the book. The book is called Just Listening. And the thesis behind the book is the power of listening. How listening is such an important art that every human being needs to understand and appreciate. And the book goes on to the book goes on to specify, what bad listening is all about. And so to speak, Just Listen. It's an amazing book. It's an amazing book that I always encourage people to get a copy of. Just Listening. That's how the book is titled. It will make you understand what bad listening is all about. You get an opportunity to look at how effective communication can be, not just in mediation, but within the broader context of life. So, and the thing about silence and listening is that sometimes silence is the gate to listening. That's how powerful it is. And then the other thing that I mentioned quite at the early of my presentation was connection, trust, and rapport, social capital. Sometimes for you to begin to see some kind of connection, rapport, and trust with the parties, it takes a lot of listening to do. So much of what we do as mediators is listening. It's effective listening, which is a skill that I always present to my audience to have a look at. And then again, connection and trust. At some point in time, I'd like to invite you to have a look at the Abraham's Maslow which is affirmation. Affirmation is equally important. A human, every human being has blood. We all need affirmation in our lives. At some point in time, we all crave for affirmation. And so this is something that is very important. So listening affirms the person who is speaking. Number two, listening will strike a connection. And every human being is looking for a connection. Right? That's the book, Just Listen, by Mark Goldstone. Thank you for that. That's a powerful book. And I don't just recommend it for mediators, but I recommend it for every human being. For every human being who wants to be a great human being. And trust you me all that some of the great human beings that I know are some of the greatest mediators. There's just an intimate connection between being an extraordinary human being and being an extraordinary mediation. There's just that connection that sometimes it's not easy to fully understand it. And then the other thing about listening is that it can catalyze problem solving. There are people who, what they crave for is somebody just to listen to them. And as you're listening to that person, their problem is being solved. So it's always important to look out for that. That's very important. In the best interest of time, Mr. Nanchang will not get to have a look at, what bad listening is all about, but later on, maybe they'll get to have a look at my slides. So we'll just proceed maybe to the last slide.
Go ahead, sir.
I think at this juncture we can
Hello? Hello, Mr. Victor.
Hello,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so the last, you were on the last slide.
Right. In the best interest of time, I think we can maybe invite questions, we can invite comments, or if we have issues that we would want maybe to amplify, I think this would be the point for us to do that. But I'm already seeing something on the chat. Okay, somebody's saying no audio. All right. Okay, I think if anyone has got a question, if you have a burning issue that you want to bring to our attention, I think this would be the right point to do.
Hello, sir. Good morning from America and good afternoon in Nigeria. My name is Cody.
Hello to you.
Thank
What
you,
time
sir.
zone
Thank
are
you
you
so
in? I'm
much.
on PS. Thank
It's
you to you too. I'm
almost
on PST.
You are still in good morning, I'm sure. Here we're just about 2 minutes to 1 p.m.
Oh my
in the
goodness.
afternoon. Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, my
Good afternoon
question goes,
to
thank
you.
you so much for the class and the book you recommended. And someone also commented that the Just Listen is also on audio online.
Yeah.
So
I actually have the audio version of it.
oh, that would be nice. I'll check it up and then. So my question, sir, it's on
Right.
while the audio cut us off, I was able to see some of the few slides
Right.
on how the mediators dressing can affect a section. So I really didn't get that part because sure, we all know that to be on such platform or to go for such compulsory conferencing, we need to be, corporately dressed. So when you say dress code affects it, please, can you buttress a little bit on that? Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. And you've spoken my mind. How we dress is very important. As a matter of fact, our dress code is a form of nonverbal communication. There is a saying that, dress how you want to be addressed, which is very important. So how we dress creates an impression. And from a mediator's perspective, you need to be aware of our culture, because culture influences how we dress. Right? So you don't want to be dressed in a way that will piss one of the parties. As a matter of fact, we are always at all times called upon to dress in a manner that is formal. So that's very important. Formal dressing is very important. Yeah, that's the point I was trying to put across. Your dressing is your state of mind. Wow, that's beautiful. However, how you dress physically is asking my request. Please, can you extrapolate on non-knowns and non-unknowns and non-unknowns? All right. And let me write it on this chart. You know what I mean? We've got the non-knowns. Non-knowns. Or I'm just gonna write it on the, then we've got the unknown. Sorry, I'm gonna speak on the unknown unknowns. Unknown knowns. Then last but not least, we've got the unknown right there, it's on the chart. That's how we spell it. The non-knowns. This is information that you, the mediator, you ought to know based on the case file that has been presented to you. And then, of course, we have the unknown unknowns. Sometimes it's not easy for you to know the interests or the goals or objectives of the parties. And that's why communication in this the known unknown. All right. A good example of the non-knowns would be the case file. You've been presented a case file, and these are the facts, these are the particulars about the parties and how the dispute started. That would be the non-knowns. But as the process begins to unfold, you will get into the realm of what we call the non-unknowns. At some point, you know that parties have interests, but what exactly are their interests? What is motivating this CEO of a company who is in the room? Or what is it? Please, can you share the slide on dressing? All right. I think Nanchang will get to do that. Nanchang will get to on dress code, that we should always dress in a formal way. That is just the best way we can address that. But back to what I was saying, the non-knowns, the non-unknowns, and the non-unknowns. The non-knowns would be the simple facts of the case. In this dispute, who is who? I mean, who's the defendant? Who is the claimant? These are what we refer to as the non-knowns. These are just facts that you ought to have at your fingertips as a mediator. And then that brings us to the second realm. The second realm is what we call the non-unknowns. At some point, you know that parties are driven by interests. But you need to understand what their interests are, their underlying interests are. And in negotiation, you'll be taught the different forms of negotiation skills. Right? So you need to be on the lookout for that. So the non-unknowns would be the underlying interests, goals, and aspirations of the parties. As many parties find out or discover what their interests are. So this is something that is very important. And then, of course, we have the unknown unknowns. This is information that you will never come up, we might never get into. And that's just how life is all about. That's just how life is all about. All right. Any other questions? Please, can you share the slide on dressing? Couldn't get it due to bad network. Sorry about that. All right. What happens in a situation where a mediator chooses to exercise the power of silence to provoke parties to speak? However, rather than the parties speaking, they mistake the mediator's silence for a lack of seriousness and make light of the sessions. Now, this is what we do at the opening statement, at the point of opening statements. And the very initial stages of the mediation, we try and move the will to make it. So this is where we get to communicate to the parties. For instance, that's where I do it. That sometimes when I'm making my opening statement, this is what I'll tell the parties. At some point, I'll just get into some silence, but please don't mistake my silence as a form of lack of seriousness.
Just a minute.
Okay, so Mr. Victor will be back shortly. Meanwhile, I had someone talking about dressing. Who was the person talking about slides for dressing?
I am, sir. I was the one. I didn't get it because of network.
Who?
It's Chioma, sir.
Okay, Chioma. Okay. Okay. I will check for that and get it across to you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
So, Mr. Victor, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. You can put off your camera if the network is disturbing. All right. So try speaking like this. Let's see.
All right. Do we have other questions before I jump to my next piece of presentation?
Yes, please, sir. Sorry. It's
Someone
just
was
like it's
talking
more like
about.
a clarification. I
Okay,
needed
sure.
some clarification from. Okay, sir. Yeah, in at the beginning of the class, you made mention of two strategic slogans for communication breakdown and communication breakthrough.
Right.
What's the effect of high emotions? Because at that point, I also the audio went off. I really didn't get that part on high emotions as it has to do with after the active strategic communication. Is it emotions on the part of the mediator or the parties, or considering the emotions from both parties will actually play out for the mediator to know how to come in? I didn't get that part.
All right. Thank you for your question. And at some point, we'll all get to interact with information on emotional intelligence, right? Which is very important for every mediator. I don't know whether you guys have come across that, but at some point, I think we have in the schedule that you'll get to learn on the significance of emotional intelligence. So as mediators, often we are called upon to be intelligent in terms of our emotions. And what do we mean by emotional intelligence? It's the ability to understand and manage your emotions as a human being, which is very important for every mediator, so to speak. Now, with that said and done, I now want to come to your question. Emotions and communication breakdown and communication breakthrough. Now, there's something about emotions and communication breakdown and communication breakthrough. And this is what I mean. Emotions, if not well managed, they can really lead to communication breakdown. And well managed emotions can lead to communication breakthrough. That's the intimate relationship between emotions and communication breakdown and emotions and communication breakthrough. It all boils down to management, how we manage these emotions. Sometimes in mediation, the breakthrough happens, once one party is emotionally broken down. And by emotions breaking down here, I mean vulnerability. But you see, before you can get to that point where the parties are vulnerable, right at the onset, you need to make them feel that the mediation room is a safe space. That is what is likely to provoke the parties to be vulnerable. And being vulnerable sometimes entails high emotions. But this vulnerability could lead to communication breakthrough. So that is just the gist of it. I don't know if I'm making any sense.
Yes, sir, very much. I understand it now. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So it just all comes down to how we manage this situation. Because sometimes people just need to be emotionally vulnerable. It's a form of venting. And of course, we don't get to see this in our courtrooms, but in mediation, sometimes this is what the parties need. They need a safe environment where they can just be emotionally vulnerable. And that often leads to a problem solution.
Who told you?
All right. Do we have any remarks before we get into the mediator's opening statement?
Okay, so what page of the slide talks about the dressing?
You mean the dressing? That should be it should be the second last slide if I'm not wrong. Mr. Nanchang, are you here? Hello, Mr. Nanchang.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to see if I can share that particular page for.
I'd have to stop sharing then. But it's on the last, second last
Can you
piece
share from your end?
Okay, let me try and look for it. Does the mediator's dressing have a role to play in mediation? That's a question that I put forward for all of us to think about. Hello, Mr. Nanchang.
Can you share from your end? Just share it so that you can see.
All right, let me try. Hello, Mr. Nanchang.
Yes, sir.
There it is.
All right. So, Chioma, you can see?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, so you can, Mr. Victor, you can go ahead, let them answer that also.
All right, so maybe we can have your opinions, and for this particular exercise, maybe we can take about 5 minutes.
You can just point at anyone, call anyone's name, and ask the person to speak.
All right. Okay, let's have a look at. Okay. Agustin Chimachidi. I hope I'm getting the name right. Agustin Chimachidi. Would you like to?
Okay, if he's not there, you can ask the next person. I can see Taiwo Oyeni.
I'm here, sir. Can you hear me? I didn't get the question. Your voice is breaking.
Taiwo is with you.
There are questions on the screen.
Okay.
Question number 1, does the mediator's dressing affect or have any role to play in the mediation?
Okay.
Then what role does the environment play during mediation process?
Okay.
Yes.
So should I just pick one or should I answer both?
You can answer one if you so.
Okay. So I would say that the dressing of the mediator would, in one way or the other, affect the mediation process, in the sense that mediation has to do with a situation whereby the parties would, be at home, and it affects those there of how they think. So how they perceive who the mediator is. Is this someone that they can trust? Is this someone that, okay, the way he does his things, the way he dresses, the way he behaves, is it the kind of person they can actually put the matter in his hand that, okay, he would, like what he does, would he be able to bring out the kind of person they can trust? Let me use that word trust. So if it's someone that dresses in a, or not professionally, or like, you are a mediator and you are dressing like someone that is going to club. So if the matter before you is a matter that has to do with a professional matter, the way you dress might not even make them to take you seriously. So I would say in that instance, or in that sense, the way a mediator dress will actually go a long way to affect the mediation process. So, and also the environment. Environment also is important because, like, in the course of all our lectures, we see that mediation is a private process. So the way a mediation process we carried out must also be in a private and in a cool place, not like in a marketplace or a place where there will be noise. So because there is a need for confidentiality and there's need for all the parties to be focused on what they are doing. So if a mediation is being conducted in an environment that is noisy, so it will also go a long way in affecting the mediation. So that's just my contribution.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Victor, I think we can go ahead and.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, I want to make a contribution.
Okay.
The significance of connection and trust in mediation. To the best of my understanding, it's like you're trying to gain the confidence of the people or the parties involved, trying to make them understand that no matter how grievous, no matter how sad, no matter how heartbreaking the matter has caused them, they can still resolve within themselves. They don't need to take it to break their relationship. They don't need to take it far beyond mediation. But giving them confidence that, hey, I'm not God, but God helping us, we can resolve any dispute between us. That's what we can come to a consensus, we can come to an agreement. That's what I understand by that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Victor. I think you can go ahead.
Oh, really? My screen is not showing? Is my screen showing?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, it's showing. It's showing the discussion questions are on it.
It's
All right,
showing
thank you.
now.
Somebody?
The screen is
No,
showing. We can see you. We can see you very well.
It has started to show
All
now.
right, thank you.
The screen is showing loud and clear.
All right, thank you.
Sir, Mr. Victor, the screen is showing loud and clear.
All right. That's a good one. All right, so I'm going to stop sharing this, and then maybe we can get into our next item of discussion. Thumbs up if my screen is showing. Hello, is my screen showing?
Yeah, it just showed the opening statements in mediation, but it went back. Yeah, it's showing now.
All right.
Opening statement template.
All right. Just to make sure that we all have a visual of my screen. Just give me a thumbs up, and
we do.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So at this point in time, I'd like us to take a look at the mediator's opening. All right. So I'd like us to take a look at the mediators. All right. The slides have been shared. Thank you so much, Mark. The mediator's opening statement. And there's a reason why we have the word mediator's opening statement, because in mediation, the parties to make an opening statement. So with that in mind, audio. Somebody's saying no audio.
We can hear you now, sir.
All right, thank you. So for effective time spent here today, we'll have a look at 6 different questions. And these questions are likely to guide our conversation for the day. Number one, what
We can't hear you, sir.
We can't hear you, sir. We can't hear you, sir.
It will be with us shortly. Okay, so while we await his coming in, we're supposed to be on break now, but due to the circumstance, I will just urge you to stand up and stretch yourself a bit before he comes. The network is in. The network is somehow fluctuating, so you permit him to also put off his video so that we'll have a smooth session. Mr. Victor, Mr. Victor.
Sure.
You're permitted to put off your camera.
All right. Thank you for that.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
So go ahead. Meanwhile, ask the participants should be on their feet and let them stretch themselves a bit. They've been sitting down for a while. While
Okay.
you continue, they can be standing and listening before,
All right.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. With Nanchang's indulgence, I think you can stand if you want to stand. You can stretch your hands. You can take your feet off the ground. That's a good health break. That's a good health break. That's a good health break. Stretch your hands. Stand up if you can. Lift up your leg off the ground. Jump if you can, as we take a health break.
So, Mr. Victor, you can go ahead. We are far behind schedule. So,
all right.
Let's see how we can.
All right. This is not going to take long.
All right. Thank you.
All right. This is not going to take long. I think in the best interest of time, maybe in the next 5 minutes, can we break into breakout rooms and do an exercise here just for 5 minutes, and then we'll be back. I'll ask a few questions and then we'll run. Is that fair and square, Mr. Nanchang?
Okay, so Mr. Victor, I will make you a host. You can break us into groups, right?
I'll try and do that. Technology is not really my my kind of.
Okay.
Right. Okay, I'm now the host. I'm about to panic.
You don't need to panic.
Can I give a suggestion that we can still have our groups that we had yesterday and work with that?
Well, it has to do with breaking into groups on the Zoom. So you have not been allocated into groups yet on Zoom. So, but if you can identify yourself, Mr. Victor can just break us into groups quickly, and then we are good to go.
Or let me see if I can do that. All right. Okay. Man. or do we have anyone who is competent with doing that here? All right, Mr. Nanchang, let's do this. Let's have a look at the presentation, and then once we are done, maybe we can do this exercise. Is that fair?
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
All right. All right. Thank you. So 6 questions that I want us to have a look at. What's an opening statement? And then who makes an opening statement? And then number 3, who should an openings, when should an opening statement be made? Because this is very important. The number 4, what's the subject matter of an opening statement? Equally important. And then last but not least, what does an opening statement do? All right. So the first question, what's an opening statement? And to put it in simple terms, it refers to the first presentation made by the mediator, the parties, their lawyers, advisors, accountants, before the mediation process formally begins. So from our simple definition here, you begin to realize quite a number of things. That number 1, an opening statement is not exclusive to the mediator. It's always important that you give the parties or anyone who is in the room. And earlier on, okay, 2 people, oh my goodness. All right. So you begin to realize that it's a presentation that is made by the mediator, number 1. Number 2, the parties themselves. And number 3, all other stakeholders. And whom do I refer to by the term stakeholders? The stakeholders are lawyers. This could be lawyers of the parties. This could be advisors of the parties. And sometimes this could be their accountants or family members, and so on and so to speak. So the opening statement is a presentation that is made by the mediator, insofar as the mediator's opening statement. But equally important, I want us to understand that the parties too are called upon to make their opening statements. And this is very important. So in a nutshell, that's what the opening statement is all about. And that brings us to our second question. Our second question should be, who makes the opening statement? The mediator does. Very important. And then number 2, the parties to make an opening statement. But for purposes of our learning today, we will venture into the mediator's proposal. And then number 3, third parties. And these are stakeholders, lawyers, advisors, accountants, family members of the parties, and other representatives, and so on and so to speak. So this is very important. And that brings us to our third question, a fundamental question. When should the mediator's opening statement be made? It should be made during a joint session
Okay.
All right, there we are. So when should the mediator's opening statement be made? It should be made at a joint session with all the parties present. This is a first thing that you ought to do with the parties together. Now, remember, mediation is a multifaceted process. Again, I'm saying, okay, no audio. You can hear me now, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Remember, the process of mediation is a multifaceted process. And usually at the start of the process, you have what we call pre-mediation stage. I don't know whether you've gone through that, but anyway, the pre-mediation stage is it's a private meeting where you get to meet the parties for the first time. And at this instance, you're not meeting them together. You are meeting them privately. And then usually this happens when you have been called upon to be a mediator, a case.
You can still keep your
So the pre-mediation conference, these are just preliminary steps that you as a mediator you want to take. You want to know the person, you want to understand who they are, you want to know them better as a human being. So this is what we refer to as the pre-mediation conference or pre-mediation stage, if you like. And here you just want to have a general understanding of where this person is coming from. And usually it serves the purpose of being an icebreaker. You don't want to get into a room where you're meeting these parties for the first time, you are a stranger to them, and that kind of stuff. So that's what the pre-mediation conference does. And usually you meet the parties differently. It could be via phone call, it could be a conferencing like what we have right now with Zoom, or it could be a person-to-person meeting. Whichever works for you, it's always important to have that at the back of our mind. So once you are done with the pre-mediation stage, now you get into the mediation stage. And at the start of the mediation stage, we have the mediator's opening statement. So that's where you make your opening statement. And shortly, we'll get to look at what are the contents. What is the agenda of the opening statement? Or what should the opening statement encapsulate? So so when is the opening statement made? It's made at the initial stages of the mediation stage. Remember, the mediation stage is preceded by what we call the pre-mediation conference, which is very important, right? So after you are done with the pre-mediation stage, you now get to the mediation stage. And at the start of the mediation stage, we have what we call the first joint session with the parties, where all the parties are in the room. And at this point in time, this is when you make your mediator's opening statement. And at this point in time, you already know the parties, so they are not strangers to you. And that brings us to the content of the mediator's proposal. Number one, you should introduce who you are. I am Mr. Nanchang, and I am a mediator. I've been mediating for this couple of years. That's how you started off. And then, of course, you have your competence. And the idea behind the The idea behind reciting your competence to the parties is to build confidence onto the parties that, you know what, they have the right guy or the right woman for the assignment. So it's just about credibility building, which is very important. Earlier on, we talked about the significance of connection, trust, and credibility in mediation. That's what competence does. And that brings me to our third point, affiliation of the mediator. That's very important. Who are you affiliated with? Speaking from an organizational standpoint and from a regulator standpoint, because different jurisdictions have different models of procedures that govern a professional practice like mediation. So it's always important to be on the lookout for that. I am a mediator and I am affiliated to the Settlement House ADR Training Institute, right? And of course, you can talk about your, are you an associate? Are you a partner? And all these kind of things. And the idea is just to build some kind of confidence into the parties that they have the right person for the right process. And then, of course, you get to specify your roles and responsibilities to the parties. And then this is very important. We, in mediation, promise heaven to the parties and deliver nothing. And responsibilities, you are trying to specify to them that I am a neutral party. And this is what neutrality means. Neutrality means that I am not allowed to take any sides. That's what roles and responsibilities is all about. And that brings us to a significant point, affirmations and clarification. This is where we get to clarify things to the parties. For instance, if you make a maneuver such as silence, this is where you clarify to the parties. And of course, this is where you affirm the parties. And this is what affirmation means. You are letting the parties know that they have made the right choice by choosing mediation. That's what affirmation is all about. And then we've got, it's where you recite the mediation process and principles to the parties. Remember, some of the parties could be stranger to this process. As much as they are a stranger to you, they could be a stranger to the process. Remember, we have sent a sample of, all right, thank you for that. Thank you for that. So affirmation and recitation of the mediation process and principles, right? Mediation is, it's a third-party assisted negotiation. And by negotiation, this is what I mean. Negotiation refers to the process of a dialogue. It's actually a dialogue where two or more parties aim to make an agreement. So that's what we mean by reciting the process and principles to them. Of course, principles, you need to talk about neutrality, what neutrality is all about. You need to talk about confidentiality, the idea that any information that is communicated within our transaction here is treated as data. And as such, you are not allowed to share with other parties, with third parties. And who are third parties? This could be your neighbors, this could be your spouses, and so on and so to speak. And then you get to talk about the principle of neutrality, confidentiality, the fact that this process is a voluntary process. No one is coerced to do things. So at any point in time, if you feel that you are fed up with this process, you can let me know, and we can work on that modalities. And then, of course, you get to let the parties know that this is a process that is where autonomy of the parties is significant, or self-determination, right? So it's a party-driven process, and this is what it entails. So the idea is just to give them a crasher's course on mediation, what it is, and so on and so to speak. And it's important to have your own mediator's checklist. And what we are actually going through is some kind of a mediator's checklist for the opening statement. And then last but not least, the agenda and issues for discussion. This is where you can engage the parties as well. What issues or topics would you want us to go through together? And then last but not least, questions and answers from the parties. It's always important to have that at the back of your mind. And that brings us to a fundamental question. What does an opening statement do? Number one, it introduces you formally as the mediator to the parties. Remember, prior to this, you have engaged in pre-mediation conferencing, where you have made calls or you've met the parties, and so you've broken the ice, as they put it, right? So it introduces you to the parties. And then number two, it sets the rules of engagement. And what do I mean by rules of engagement? This is where you get to spell to them the process. Remember, some of them are new to this process. And not just them, but their representatives. So you don't want to make this terrible assumption that the parties, even if their lawyers are around, they fully understand the process. So it's always important to have that at the back of your mind. And sometimes other mediators take this opportunity, the opening statement window, as an opportunity to accept the mandate to mediate. Very important. And then agree on the agenda with topics and issues for the day. It sets the tone for the day, to put it in a different language or perspective. Issues and topics that you would want the parties to partake or form your dialogue and conversation for the day. And then it sets the tone and convinces the parties into the good faith territory. It's like a pep talk where you are trying to sell the process to the parties. And that is very important. And then the other thing, it's where you get to start building a rapport and connection with the parties. So this is very important, and this is why you need to get it right from the onset. And then and this is very important again, it makes the parties feel safe. The mediation room ought to be a zone of safety. It should be a sanctuary where people can be vulnerable if they need to be vulnerable, right? And then educate and empower the parties to participate and control the process. This is very important. And this is why we get to recite to them the fact that the mediation process is a multifaceted process, so that they can fully and effectively engage. And then it's here that often the parties will get to decide on the process. Would they like a hybrid process? And by hybrid process, I mean where you alternate between face-to-face interaction and where you use technology as a form of interface. So this is very important. And then again, if they would like joint session throughout the day, would they like to have joint session throughout the day? Or at some point, would they want to break into caucuses and so on and so to speak? And then last but not least, again, this is a window of opportunity for you, the mediator, to prime and influence the parties to get to a settlement. And sometimes in mediation, it doesn't need to end with settlement. The process itself is therapeutic in a sense, and it has a way of healing wounds that parties might be having. At this point in time, we maybe have a template here. There's a template that I have here that maybe at some point you might want to have a look at. And the interesting thing about amendment is that there is no formula for it. Like Pythagoras in my mind, it can always be tasted here. I mean, the parties in the room. So here is a sense of direction that you can always rely on when you are about to make your opening statement. So that is very important. So we have just a template here where you welcome and acknowledge the parties and their representatives. It's always important to know who is in the room. That's very important. One of the mistakes that I see people making in mediation is that sometimes you start the process without even interrogating who is in the room, because who is in the room and who is not in the room are significant. And sometimes they are likely to affect the trajectory of the mediation process at the end of the day. So you want to be on the lookout for that. And there's something about acknowledging the lawyers in the room. Yes, we do. We fully understand that mediation is a party-driven process. But sometimes the parties want to have their representatives in the room. And you don't want to overlook the role that they play. As a matter of fact, in the mediation industry, we say that lawyers are gatekeepers. And so it's always important for you to make sure that you make them an ally. You don't want to step on their toes because they are likely to influence the parties, and the parties are likely to influence the process. So always be on the watch out for that. So once you have made your own opening statement, make sure that the parties get to make their own opening statements. And once the parties are done with that, get to the So our template here is welcome and acknowledge the parties and their representatives, very important. And then ask the parties to introduce themselves. And then number 3, tell us something about yourself that is separate from the dispute. It's always important. It's always important that you get to know 1 or 2 things about the parties. And while they are doing that, what you're doing is you are trying to break the ground. You are trying to let them know that this is a process that is informal, because in actual sense, mediation is an informal process. And now this is where they get to tell you 1 or 2 things about themselves. And this could be their hobbies, this could be their interests, this could be their workplace, and so on and so to speak. The idea is just to have them loosen have them loosen their guard, because sometimes when people are in conflict, or when people have gone through bad ordeals in life, they are always on high guard. They're always on high guard. As a matter of fact, there's a saying that, once bitten, twice shy. So sometimes when the parties walk into the room, they are extremely on guard, and they want to defend everything. But with such kind of questions, and through this process, we are able to let them know that, what, you can tone it down, that this is an informal process. And as they are taught, saying 1 or 2 things about themselves, you are beginning to strike some kind of a connection with the parties, and trust with the parties. And trust you me, sometimes the parties will have, they'll have common hobbies that they get to do together. And what that does is that it helps the process for you. It makes the process simpler for you. So it's always important that you get to do that. And then once they have said something, 1 or 2 things about themselves, you can share 1 or 2 things about yourself. That I'm a mediator, and beyond mediation, this is what I like to do. At my downtime or leisure, I like reading, or I like going back to the village to farm or do such kind of things, right? They just to have them loosen their guard. So that's very important. And the rules of engagement and the process. That in mediation, this is what we expect of you. When one party is speaking, I expect the other party to be listening. These are the principles that govern the process of mediation: confidentiality. And by confidentiality, I mean that every information, whether oral or in written form, that is transacted or that is exchanged during this process is treated as privileged. And this is what I mean by privilege. You cannot tell it to your wife, to your husband, to your neighbors, to your dogs. I'm just joking. And so on and so to speak. Then you get to voluntary. That, the process is extremely voluntary. And this is what I mean by voluntary. Right? Then you get to the principle of neutrality or impartiality. That I am not allowed to take any sides. Right? Very important. And then you get to the principle of party-driven, the principle of self-determination, that the process is really determined by you, the parties. As a matter of fact, I am mediating this dispute because you all have chosen or have given me the mandate to mediate. So that's very important. Remind them within the course of the day, because it's easy for them to forget. Remember, this is their first, sometimes this could be their first interaction with the process. So always make it a point at any given point time in the day that you remind them. So it's not good enough to say it once. Always make a habit of reminding them at some point within the course of the day, and then let the parties know that you will do your best to co-create options for the parties. Let them know that you are there for their best interest. As a matter of fact, your only interest is at the end of the day to generate options that they can use their common sense and imagination and decision-making faculties to make an informed choice at the end of the day. So it's always important that you let them know that. And then let the parties know that at some point you call for private session. And so they don't need to be worried about that. And you can go on and specify that, at some point during the day, I will get to have private, and in this separate caucusing, I'll spend an hour with one party, and once I'm done with that party, the other party as well, I'll get to spend an hour with you. Again, here you'll have to recite the principle of confidentiality, that whatever takes place within these separate rooms is treated as confidential. And therefore, you can only share that information with the consent of the respective parties, and so on and so to speak. All right, that's just a general overview of what to expect with an opening statement. Now, I don't know if we have time to get into groups so that we can, maybe try and put this into practice. At this point in time, Mr. Nanchang, I think I return back the floor to you. Do we have questions?
Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Victor. I can see Prof in the house.
Thank you, sir.
The session is supposed to commence about now, and so
right.
I really don't know where to start from. Mr. Prof, sir, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you, Victor, for a nice lecture.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
We are really happy to have you. Mr. Victor just concluded his class, and then he needed like Mr. Victor, how much time do you need?
I think I can just be here for
Pardon? Mr. Victor? Okay. Pardon?
I think I can be around for the next 30 minutes. Because it's almost 6 a.m. for me right now. I see my good friend Reverend Samuel. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So maybe if Prof will graciously allow us 5 minutes, we can just use the general platform. You just pick maybe 2 3 persons to do a little demonstration with the kind permission of Prof.
That's okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Victor, maybe you just pick a few persons, maybe 3 persons or 2 persons, as you wish, to just do a little demonstration instead of breaking into groups and all of Mr. Victor? Mr. Victor, can you hear me? Okay. What we'll do is let's just go into the next class. We'll find a way of Mr. Victor is going to be around tomorrow or so. So I think it's preferable to utilize that time during his maybe before his lectures, his class tomorrow or so that we can take care of the little practical you're supposed to do. Mr. Victor, if you can hear me, I hope that's fine with you. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Prof, sir, we're happy to have you back. The participants have been very expectant to see you,
Thank you.
have you. We're very happy to have you back. I don't need to do another introduction again. I know we already know Prof. He has taken our class yesterday, and then we are supposed to continue. The topic for today is going to be the processes and stages of mediation. And we're happy to have Prof around. And then remember, he has shared you into different groups. I believe that you must have met in your various groups. And we are going to proceed immediately so that we can utilize our time. Thank you very much. And over to you, Prof. We're happy to have you. On behalf of the management and governing body of Settlement House ADR Training Institute, we welcome you back again for this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful, Nanchang, my dear brother and friend. Good morning, everybody. Sorry, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, Sarah.
Good afternoon, Prof.
Well, today is, I had said that I would like us to, since it's very hot, I'd like us to start with the mediation. And I know that you've been preparing overnight. Some of you did not sleep, especially the mediators. So I'll give you the floor. So mediators, over to you. I'll give you 30 minutes to resolve that conflict. More like 20 minutes, sorry, 20 minutes. So I'll give you till 2:20 to see what you can do with the parties. Go ahead and I'll watch you. So you have the floor, mediators. Victoria, you are the lead, so go ahead, please. Maybe you need to unmute.
Good afternoon, Prof.
Thank you. Please go ahead. You are already at plus 1 minute. You need to start your mediation. Victoria, Nafisat, Moyosori, Helen, and Ayuba. Please go ahead with your mediation.
Kindly put on your cameras. Let's know those who are participating, please.
The parties are waiting for you. They've been here. So go ahead and do the needful. Is Victoria still there? The mediators, if Victoria is not there, Nafisat can lead, can be the chief mediator, and or Moyosori, Helen, and Ayuba. Don't keep the parties waiting. You have to start the mediation. You are in charge. Mediators, what's the challenge? What challenge you have? Why are you not starting the meeting? Are you back there?
Yes,
what about Helen? Who is that?
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
Ibrahim Umar.
Okay, now, so it's like your mediators are not ready for one reason or the
other. Okay, sir.
Who is that, please?
Salamatu.
Salamatu, okay. Now, Salamatu, you are okay. Is there anybody for Garkuwa Holdings?
Umar.
Yes, Garkuwa.
Very good. Okay, you are there. Very good. Is there anybody there for bank?
Yeah, the bank, yeah, yes.
Yes, there. Okay, very good. So it's only the mediators that are not in the room. Are you
Yes,
in the room? Can you tell me? Who is that? So I'm saying Abba is not in the room. Helen is not in the room. Oyosori is not in the room. Nafisat is not in the room. And Victoria is not in the room. None of you mediators are here. Maybe maybe either you have not paid them or they lost the address of the venue. So what's going to happen is, since the bank is here, the Ibrahim Umar is here, and Garkuwa is here. So you have a negotiation. Please, you can talk to each other. The three parties are here. That's most important. So please begin to negotiate a way out of your conflict. Go ahead, please.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm going to talk. I'm looking quiet now and just watch, because I'm not part of the meeting. So Salamatu, either you or any of the other parties can begin the negotiation. This is called self-mediation. You are applying the same principles that you learned. Your conflict for me is negotiation, but negotiation is self-mediation. Please go ahead.
Well, this is Josh. I'm speaking on behalf of Ibrahim Umar.
Okay.
Ibrahim Umar happens to be the highest.
The bank. Can you hear me?
Sorry?
Is the bank?
Sorry, I was saying Ibrahim Umar happens to be the highest depositor in the bank before the bank now filed for distress. So we are saying that at the onset, before the bank went into distress, we had deposited the total sum of 3.6 million naira, which there was an agreement that we're going to get a percentage, or rather an interest during over a duration of time. Now that the bank is folding, or rather there is another owner is acquiring the bank, we're entitled to that interest. But we are saying that so that we can maintain, because we had already threatened the bank that we're going to sue. Although there was already an agreement that was not signed yet, but so that we'll maintain that relationship, so that the money will, we are all about the what do you call it, the relationship. So we're ready to make a little move, shift our grounds as far as the interest is concerned. So if the bank is going to meet us halfway, we're ready to shift our position. So that is our position as far as Ibrahim Umar is concerned.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Tina and Madam Sarah are going to speak on behalf of Gakowa Holdings, and they're going to discuss our position right away. So please, Madam Codina, Madam Sarah, kindly go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone in the house, and good afternoon, Prof.
Good
Yeah,
afternoon.
on Gakowa Holdings, we entered into a signed agreement with the bank for the purpose of acquiring half of the bank's equity for US dollars of 1.2 US dollars. And the terms of these agreements were outlined and signed that Gakowa Holdings, for the purpose of this investment, the acquisition of this particular investment will give us as a holding company to have the rights to appoint members to the bank's board, effectively taking up half of the bank's position on the board and management's team. Additionally, our holding company was to provide a management team to run the bank effectively with the goal of reducing the debt portfolio, which amounts to the tune of 6 million US dollars. So upon us getting to, we are also aware that Ibrahim Umar has an unsigned agreement with the bank, while we have an existing signed agreement. So the bank bank itself has breached the terms of our agreement and has failed to fulfill its obligations, which is resulting to damage on our part, and we are asking for about 50% on damages and compensation. Thank you. Thank you. Well done.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm Augustine Kima Chidi, a representative of the Agoda Bank Limited. And I'm going to first of all start with
You're breaking.
Okay, Mr. Chima.
Got we coming to this place. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
hear you. Confirm. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So,
lost for a minute.
Okay, so on the 30th of August 2023, the Agoda Bank signed an agreement with Gakowa Holding Limited because we ran into distress and we needed much money to maintain our stand with the central bank. And after we signed the agreement with Gakowa Holding Limited, we had some terms in the contract that we signed. Permit me to share my screen. I want to share the contracts that we had with Gakowa Holding Limited. Hold on a minute.
I think we all have the content of the agreements while communing.
Yes, I know we.
Just go ahead, sir. I think the parties know about the agreement. Go ahead.
Okay, so in the agreement we had with the company, with Gakowa Holding, they listed 4 items to which we signed and agree with them. And I agreed that they will make deposits, they will acquire half of the bank's equity worth $1.2 million, and that the money will be used to secure our favorable restructuring in the central bank. Also, that Gakugwa Holding Limited will have half of the positions in the bank's board, to which we accepted and gave them some certain positions, that's half of the board of directors of the bank, to which include the secretary, the treasurer, and other positions. Also, Gakugwa Holding Limited, in the terms that in the agreement we had with them, that they will provide a managerial team that will run the bank and reduce the debt amounting to 6 million. However, this agreement we had with Gakugwa Holding still stands, and we are still holding it. Also, we have our long-lasting customer, Mr. Umar Ibrahim, who has deposit of $3 million and above in our bank. And Mr. Umar, hearing that Dagoda Bank Limited is running short of money, came to us asking for some positions because he holds a large amount of money with our bank. With me here, I still have the minutes of the meetings we had with Mr. Ibrahim. Sorry, with me here, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. With me here, I have the minutes of the meeting we had with Mr. Ibrahim Umar, showing that it is just a mere conversations that our bank had with him, and the agreement, the terms and agreement we had with Gakugwa Holding Limited still stands, and we are still honoring the agreement and the contract we signed with Gakugwa Holding Limited. And the half of the members of the board of directors of Dagoda Bank that we gave to Gakugwa Holding Limited, which are we gave them the secretary, the treasurer, and other positions limited to. We didn't give Gakugwa Holding Limited the executive director of the bank, the chief financial officer of the bank, or the chief executive officer of the bank. Those ones are still members of the bank that are holding that position. However, Gakugwa Holding Limited still had some positions that is half of the board of directors of the bank. Now, we are being threatened by Gakugwa Holding Limited, saying that we honored Mr. Ibrahim Umar, who is our long-lasting customer, having a total of 3 million and above deposited in our bank. That we are honoring to give him the complete board of directors of the bank, of which this has not been signed into an agreement. It is just a mere conversation we had with Mr. Ibrahim Umar, and Gakugwa Holding Limited is suing Dagoda Bank Limited, to which I'm representing, for breach of contract. And here, I don't believe we have breached the contract that we had with Mr. Gakugwa Holding Limited, because we still honor their contract, we still honor the terms and agreements we had with them, and we have not given out any position to Mr. Ibrahim Umar, neither have we appointed any of his nominees to become the chief executive officer or any other relevant positions with the bank. So I don't think that we in any way breached the agreement or the terms or the contract that we had with Gakugwa Holding Limited to amount to a conflict. However, Gakugwa Holding Limited is using, because my bank is in distress, to come and with the intention of taking over the bank without us knowing that this is the reason why they invested in our bank. And here, they are demanding that we should pay them 50% of the bank's money, to which I don't think we have gotten to that, because there's no breach of contract yet. If we are to pay them any money, there should be a breach. There should be something that have occurred on our own side which I believe that the bank has not in any way done anything wrong, because the terms of the contract we had with Gakuga Holding Limited still stands. And I believe in this mediation proceeding that Mr. Mediator will get to a reasonable ground, and Gakuga Holding Limited will still know that we still honor the terms we had in the contract that we had with them, because the agreement still stands. And we do not have any agreement that is signed with Mr. Ibrahim Umar, as it is just a mere conversation, to which, even if we are to enter into an agreement with him, we are giving him the positions that he asked for, which does not in any way remove or touch the half of members of the board of directors to which Gakuga Holding Limited already have with them. Thank you.
Okay, I want to speak on behalf of Gakuga Holdings Limited. Now to the bank, you mentioned that we have half of the management, a board to ourselves, but you failed to remember that when we were signing the agreement, we had picked the offices we want to occupy as a board. And you are saying that it's not going to touch Ibrahim Umar's request, which as a board, as the management, we disapprove of it. And we believe that you have breached our terms of agreement and contract when we entered into it. So please, you can review it. Thank you.
With the contract agreement that we signed,
yes,
and the request that Gakuga Holding Limited made to my bank, they did not in any way specify any office to which they need. Rather, my bank sent them the offices that members of the board of directors occupies, and the half that we are willing to give to them, of which they obliged to that, they corresponded to that, and it is in the agreement.
I beg to disagree with you. Quoting the number 4 of our agreement, we state that the new investors will provide a management team to run the bank efficiently. That means it's at our disposal to provide portfolios of the people that we want as a management board. So please, review it.
Exactly. Yes, my colleague has said our mind. And to add to what she has said, did you not deem it fit to inform us, since we form part of the management board or part of the bank authority, didn't you deem it fit to put us in the know that we are going into an agreement with a client who is also holding down the company because he has a major deposit in the bank, taking it as an advantage because the deposit he has in the bank supersede what the bank has as equity to relate back to central bank?
Thank you very much. I believe you have your management, the team that you provided with our bank that will always be in the bank to work with us. Mr. Umar is a customer who always walks into the bank. And when he came to the bank, I'm very sure that the team that you provide, the management team you provided, they were present and they listened to his conversation that we did not sign any agreement. He only made a request to which we did not sign into. That means we are still honoring the agreement we had with you. And that is why we did not sign any agreement with Mr. Umar Ibrahim. Okay. So I don't think we have breached any agreement with you.
Oh, what are you saying? I'm representing Ibrahim Umar. Are you saying that our investment is not important enough for you to give us those positions that are already listed in the unsigned agreement? We are major investors, so we're entitled to those positions. We are. Why are they selfish? Why are the investors selfish? Are they the only ones who own the bank? Also, we own the bank too.
Just to add to what Miss Glory just said. Well, our position, like I began saying, our position is a simple position. It's not one that we are not ready to move. We will definitely move. But of course, our movement is simple. That if the bank, as it is not ready to accede to our demands, there was an agreement which was unsigned. No problem. What we are saying is that I want us so that we understand and then carry along. We shouldn't be left by the corner. That we had already threatened the Yoga Bank that we are going to withdraw our 3.6 million US dollars as a deposit. Because before we got to where we are at the moment, that deposit, we always get interest on that deposit. And it was already an agreement with the bank right from the beginning, before even Garkuwa Holdings came into the picture. So yes. Our position we said we are ready to shift our grounds, but if the bank is not willing, that is the new acquirers are not willing to accede to our demands, well, we will take the whole of our investment and then find it somewhere else to invest. But if they are ready to accede, even if they are not going to give us the interest as it were, or rather they are not going to give us the positions that we are asking for, then that interest that we normally get before Garkuwa Holdings came into the picture, we should be able to get that interest so that our deposit will continue to remain with the bank. So that is our position. The dispute as it is, okay. we will stand by the corner to hear what is going to happen between Garkuwa, who are the new acquirers, and of course the old owners, that's the Yoga Bank. So long as our interest is going to be given, we are ready to get the fact that we had asked for a position in the executive of the bank. That's our own position.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. George and Miss Gloria. First of all, I would like to point out something. The bank, the persons that were in the meeting when we had this conversation with Mr. Umar and his representatives, we, the bank, know that it is not just the few persons that make up the board of directors of the bank. And for us to take such decision, either giving any position to our customer, we must have our executive meeting that will comprise the entire board of directors of the bank. And that is why we did not sign any agreement with you, because you know, if we do, that means we are going to break a particular contract we signed with another people. And that is why we refuse to sign at that point. But the interest that we normally pay to you because of the money deposited in our bank, that interest is stand because we, the bank, will continue to honor our own obligation. However, down to Gakuwa Holdings Limited, their own contract we have with them still stands. And they are still occupy half of board of directors of the bank. And for us to enter into any other contract, any new contract with any new persons, we have to call a board of directors meeting. And at this point, we can't do that when we're having that conversation with you. We still have 1 minute of the meetings that we had with you. And that was why we said we are not signing the agreement yet. That does not mean that we are sidelining Mr. Umar, who is our potential customer. We value you so much and we value your money that is in our bank. But at this point, we have to go back and call a board of directors meeting that will reach to the extent that will decide whether to honor your request to give you the chief executive officer of the bank and the managerial officer of the bank. But for now, until we have that meeting, the request you made to us, this stand, and our position is that we are not giving you that positions yet for now, until the board of directors decides that this is what we are going to do. And this is where Gakuwa Holding Limited comes in. They have half a board of directors, and we can't take decision on our own. They must also give us their own interest that if we do this, this is what is likely going to happen. And until then, Mr. Umar, we are sorry to say, we are not honoring your request now until the board of directors meets. And down to Gakuwa Holding Limited, our contract with you still stands, and we value your money with the bank. But for now, we are not breaking any of the contract we had with you because we have not signed any agreement with Mr. Umar. Until the board of directors meets, I believe the representatives of Gakuwa Holding Limited can go back and call a meeting with their members that occupy the board of directors of the Agoda Bank and reach out to them, and they will come back when we call a board of directors meeting, and then we'll decide on whether we are going to honor Mr. Umar's request or we will decline it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is Gloria from the bank. Yeah. All of this marshaled out by our spokesperson, Mr. Augustine Chima. They are all exactly how the bank, exactly the agreements and the belief and the agreement of the bank. So this is what we have already submitted, and that is what it is. That everything he has said is where we stand. That is our stand with the Gakuba Holdings and the Ibrahim Umar. Okay, so and we are right about that. Mr. Umar, we never had any issues with you. It's only because Gakuba Holdings came in with their propositions that you now came in, begin to ask for something that we weren't asking. We are not denying you of the interest you're already receiving from the bank, and so we do not see any issues with you. Everything stands just the way our spokesperson mentioned them. Please.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Gloria, can I quickly point out before the issues all go in? Can I point out something before all the issues go in, and then let's hear from the mediators? Now, you see, we said our position is that we had an arrangement right from the onset that there is a certain interest that we get from our deposit with you. Now, when you now are going into distress, we asked for executive positions in the bank, which there was an agreement to that effect, but eventually it was not signed. Now that at the onset, I said we're ready to shift our grounds, but we need to understand whether our interest, that is now that there is a new bank acquiring that is the Garkuwa Holdings is coming into play.
New investors, yes.
Yes. Is our interest, if we're not going to get the executive offices that we asked for, what about our interest?
Simple.
Now that another bank is acquired, will the interest continue to come in? Or if not,
thank you.
We are ready to take our $3.6 billion US, which we have invested, and take it to another bank. So what we need to know is our interest. Is it still going to come in? Let's hear from Garkuwa whether they are going to continue to give us our interest. Otherwise, we'll look elsewhere to invest our money. That's just what we are. So we've already pointed it out to you that like you said, there's no issue with you. We don't have any issue. In fact, we are supposed to be standing by the sideline to watch the two of you, Garkuwa and Dawiga, to finish up. But we need to understand so that if that interest is not going to be coming, then we can take our money elsewhere. That's just our position. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. George. Thank you, Mr. George.
Garkuwa Holdings, please. Bank, please. He said he wants to hear from Garkuwa Holdings, please. So can we speak? He said he wants to hear from Garkuwa Holdings. Yes, so please, Garkuwa Holdings spokespeople, kindly go ahead and tell them our position. While my colleagues are doing something, we want to tell you, Mr. Umar and his representatives,
Ms. Sarah, you're mute.
Okay, sorry.
Right.
I said we should all about all that Ibrahim Umar has said, and as a management, we believe we should sought for peace, and we are willing to negotiate and shift grounds because we have a valuable customer who is Ibrahim Umar, and we want him to withdraw their investments with the bank. So certainly we'll go back again as stakeholders and sit together with the bank and renegotiate and come to terms with some of their requests, because we want to negotiate and seek reconciliation for this. Thank you.
Mr. George, the bank, we are not declining your request. Neither are we saying we are not going to pay the usual interest that we do pay you based on the money deposited in our bank. But we, the bank, as a financial institution, work on policies, and we have board of directors that take decisions for the bank. One person cannot take decision for the bank, and as to that, we cannot, at a straight point or at a gun point, assent to your request. We have to go back.
What are
and
you
have
saying?
the board of directors
Please,
meeting.
Mr. Bank, listen to us. You are going back and forth in this matter. The simple thing is that there is an outstanding agreement for the payment of such deposits or interest rather on our deposits. So are you saying that you go and renew the agreement, or you won't honor it? You go and sit in a meeting. You can't sit in a meeting to decide whether you honor it or not. The issue is, will you continue to honor it, because there is a pending agreement signed already
the
with regard
interest
to payment of our interest.
Yes,
so is
the
it
interest.
is it Garkuwa Holdings that will determine whether our interest will be paid or not? What about if they say no, they won't pay? So what happens?
What he's saying is very simple, that concerning the bank, we work with policies, and we just can't say, oh, we have your interest. We have your interest. However, we need to get together and then make decision. Thank you.
You are muted.
Can you hear me?
Say that.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
We the bank.
Okay.
We the bank.
On behalf of
We
Kumar,
are not declining. We the bank. We are not
on
declining the money that we do pay you. We are not declining that the interest we do pay you before now, that we are not going to pay that money. We are going to continue paying the interest that we do pay you based on the $3 million you deposited in our bank. But for the managerial positions requested, we cannot give it to you now. The board of directors come to or have a meeting and decide if we should do that. Bear it in mind. Gakuba Holding Limited is not the bank. They are just investors in the bank that occupy half of board of directors of the bank, and they cannot take any decision without the previous officers of the bank or the bank managers and the entire board of directors of the bank come together to have the meeting. Gakuba Holding Limited cannot take any decisions for the bank. Rather, the people that occupy half of the positions they hold as board of directors and the other board of directors of the bank will come together and decide if we are going to honor the request of our potential customer, Mr. Umar Ibrahim. Until then, once we have that meeting, we will definitely get back to you, Mr. Umar Ibrahim. Thank you.
Okay, can we ask that we schedule this meeting again while we go back with the bank and organize ourselves, have a mutual and suitable deal for the bank, ourselves, and Ibrahim Umar. That's our request now.
I think it's accepted. It's acceptable. We'll do that.
I think that will be better.
I think that will work best. And we'll get back after the board of directors have met. We'll definitely write back to you, Mr. Umar Ibrahim. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And we clap for ourselves. That's a wonderful mediation.
The Akua Holdings are the ones that brought peace, so we should we're the ones that brought peace. So we should be giving the medal.
So you clap for yourself. That is the Akua Holdings. Now, you notice I said you should start. Because negotiation of conflict situation is called also mediation. It's called self-mediation. So the fact that your mediators did not show up for any reason, maybe they asked you to pay, one of you paid, the other party didn't pay, the other two parties didn't pay, whatever reason, the parties are in the room. So if you have been trained, as you have been trained, you should apply that skill. You should begin to talk to one another. Because what the mediator is going to do is apply the same skill that you both learned in Shati'S school. It's not going to do anything magical. So if you apply it, so what happened? I'm happy that I don't get said we made it happen. So apparently there's a party in the group that is kind of mediatory, pushing for an amicable way forward. That's what you should do. When mediators are involved, even when they are not the mediators, they should take proactive steps to apply their skill as mediator in that negotiation, because negotiation is also mediation. Called self-mediation. Don't forget self-mediation. Self-mediation. That's what negotiation is. And you have done a very good job. Now, at the beginning, did you notice anything when the when the mediation started? Notice, any of you notice anything? The tone. Did you notice the tone?
Yes, sir.
What did you notice?
The ingredients. Okay. Sarah, go on.
Okay, sorry, emotions were high. Everyone was aggrieved and was trying to express his or herself. That's what I noticed.
Now, as a good mediator, do you realize that do you agree that is normal or is abnormal?
It's normal, sir.
It's normal. It's normal. So now what I will do is go from there. I told you there are 10 steps to be taken. Before I go into those 10 steps, which is the main cross of today's discussion, at the end, did you notice a shift at the end? Or did you notice movement towards something different from what you started with?
Yes.
What did you notice?
Move for settlement.
Move for settlement. Eunice, can
Yes,
you?
We also got to.
I want to clap for herself. Please wait to let Eunice clap for herself first. Very good. Very good. You see, she came late, but apparently she's done her homework. Yes, who was saying something?
I've been around. Yeah,
awesome.
Cody.
Awesome. Cody, go ahead, please.
Okay, yeah. In the midst of the arguments, we also got to know some unknown informations. Yeah, the unknown knowns.
Yes.
Yeah, like what the bank and Ibrahim Umar, what transpired between them.
Yes.
We as a holding company got to have the information that Umar Ibrahim has a particular a larger share of deposit in the bank, and we also as investors would not want the bank to stop operations.
Yes.
So we had to also shift our grounds in such a way that it can also bring in Mr. Umar, while we are also working towards the bank, running the investment with our money and that of Umar to achieve the same interest, which is money.
Very
interest.
Good. Very good. Now, did you notice anything from our discussion yesterday playing into this mediation this morning?
Yes.
Everybody.
Yes.
Yes, Glory.
Okay, I discovered we understand that we have relationship. Both the bank, the investors.
Glory, wait now, wait, don't rush. It's very hot, so clap for yourself first. Glory, clap for yourself. When you finish clapping, clap for yourself. Clap for Glory. I know you like Glory, very good. Okay, you can go ahead now.
Okay. I discovered that we have interest, common interest, which is securing our investment.
Yes.
And in securing our investment, we need one another. In needing one another, we need to come to a consensus to see how our investment will be secured with the bank, and our relationship will, grow from there. I think that's what I discovered from it.
So now you understand what I meant yesterday.
Sorry, sir. Also,
yesterday makes more sense to you now, having done this exercise. And what I said yesterday, I'll remind you, maybe you forgot. I said, if you can understand what we learned yesterday, which is the principle and philosophy behind mediation, conflict, you understand, you can do a mediation. Because do you agree with me what Eunice said, that if I left you, if you had about 30 more minutes, you could have come to an agreement? Am I wrong?
Sure.
You're right, sir.
And you were doing self-mediation. Because you understand, like Glory said, we have a relationship. These people are actually not just enemy from nowhere. These are people that in relationship with to protect our financial needs. Very critical. Very critical. I like using the word need because sometimes people say interest position. No, that's not your position. It's you are business people. It's a need for you. Money is a need for you. How do you run a business without money? How do you exist in business without money? Maslow, you remember in psychology, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. For a little child, his need is food, basic food. At your level, your food, you have passed the level of being hungry.
Your investment is your need. The safety, to use Glory's word, the safety and security of investment is your need. I'm saying that because some people come and say, no, they just have complete no relationship. And you know, if there's no relationship, that means there's no need to be met. So like I said yesterday, somebody can throw you. I'm happy that you did this exercise. Somebody can confuse you and say, don't forget about what Professor Olagudu is saying. You know, that is just, no, it is life. When we have a conflict, because our relationship is not meeting our needs. But the needs may be high or may be low, may be sophisticated, it may be complex. Am I making sense to you guys?
Yes.
So,
Yes, sir.
yes, very good. So this mediation, is it even without a mediator, you are going towards settlement, to use Eunice's word, even without a mediator. Why? You have learned the basic principle. Even before learning the steps. When I came in, I saw Victor was teaching some things on some issues. I'm happy he was talking on that settlement, confidentiality, and all that. So the confidentiality and ability to hear people. If we have time, I will get back to those. But I'm happy Victor touched it. What I want to do principally today, because you are now very advanced, what I want to do is discuss with you the steps you guys were already taking unconsciously. Am I surprised that you were taking the steps even before we talked about steps, stages? No, I'm not surprised. Why am I not surprised? If you know the philosophy of conflict, you will know the principle of mediation, which, what did I say is the principle of mediation, or the critical role of the mediator, or the tipping point of the mediator, or the turning point of the mediation? What did I tell you it is? Or not me, it was one of you that said it, and I said that's it. What did I say is our critical role as mediators, or as good negotiators? What's our critical role?
Sorry, please. Helping
to help the parties come to a point where they will decide what they want for themselves.
No, before then.
Okay.
Help the parties to discover their interests.
Or use the right word.
Or relationship.
No, use the right word. The right word. Somebody gave us yesterday, but Anita gave it. Everybody. What? Yes, the unmet needs.
The unmet needs.
What is the problem?
Like Glory said, is it Glory or one? Is it Glory or Gloria?
To understand the needs and moment, yes, the unmet needs of the parties.
Yes. One of you said it that during this morning's mediation, you are already getting to it. You saw, first of all, you discover, oh, we have a relationship. We have a relationship. And then you started moving towards understanding what are the needs. And you say, oh, we discover we need to protect our business. We are business people. We are businessmen and women. We need to protect our investment. We need to protect our money. The bank we can't allow the bank to go under. So let me now tell you what steps you were taking unconsciously. Like I said, I'm not teaching you anything new. I'm just telling you I just want to discuss what you did. And then when I finish, I'll now talk about, if there's time, we'll now discuss what was at the basis of the way you were doing your mediation, which was you did a correct, good job. So the first thing was that, I asked, I don't know who I asked, I said, what did you notice? So I think Ronke said emotion, whether it was Sarah that said, what's it called? Feeling very bad. I forgot who said that. So in the first thing, now these steps, I call them checklists of a mediator. Checklist. It's in 10 steps. And I'm only telling you so that you can be more conscious, so that next time you are doing, when we finish today, we'll do another few minutes of allow you to finish your mediation. So that I think you are already getting towards settlement. So just for you to maybe sign your agreement, whatever. So now, the first thing is understanding parties' feeling. Don't forget, these 10 steps are your checklist as a mediator. You don't need to be telling parties, this is what I'm doing. No. They're your checklist to tell you, okay, I've taken this step, I've taken this step. And like I told you, even if you don't know about 10 steps, you guys were already taking it. So the first one is understanding parties' feelings. I hope you are writing.
Yes, sir.
Step 1, understand parties' feelings. Like I said, it's not that you tell the parties, oh, I'm trying to understand your feelings. What you are doing, you are giving them your ears. That's all you do. When any party is talking in self-mediation or in mediation, in good negotiation, the other party will give them their own ears. Let's do an exercise on the ears. It's one of the ground rules. Victor called it, I think, something else, but it's one of the ground rules. One of the 3 ground rules. Free your hands. Everybody free your hands. Free your hands. Free your hands. Stop writing. Free your hands. Are you free? Have you freed your hands? Good, good, good.
Yes, yes.
Very good. Take your ears to your beautiful ears. Take your hand to your good. That's good. Take it to your beautiful ears. Yes, keep it there. Show love to your ears for the first time in your life. Show love to your ears. Just caress your ears. That's what I mean by show love. Caress your ears. Your ears now. So show love. Don't show love to the ears. You now go down, down. There's a place in the ear that is soft. I think it's called lobe. Lobe. Okay. Are you there? Are you at the lobes? It's soft. Now I want you to pinch it on the blood comes. Oh, it's painful. Did you feel pain? Did you feel any pain?
Yeah.
If you pinch it, you are pinch. It's very important. Yeah, pinch your ear until you feel pain. What am I trying to make you do? To make you draw blood. Are you getting it? I'm trying to make you draw blood. Where does blood come from?
Heart.
The heart. Thank you, Gloria. The heart. Everybody say the heart.
Heart.
The heart.
Now, so why am I trying to link your by the way, everybody that pinched their ear, please clap yourself. Clap yourselves. I hope that I'm able to register and get Shati'S certificate, but as far as I'm concerned, you are initiated. I just did the initiation on you now. You're just initiated into mediation profession now. You have been initiated. So when people say, what is in your ear? Say, that is when I put my ear to draw blood. That is the secret mediator. If I see a good mediator, no, I know. I see elephant ears. I see very small mouth. Very small mouth. Why do they have small mouths? Victor told you earlier on. Why do they have small mouths? Why do mediators have small mouths and big ears like elephants? Yes, Gloria.
They do more of listening than talking.
Good. Clap yourself. Clap yourself. They do more of listening than talking. And they listen 99% and talk 10%. A mediator rarely talks. A good mediator listens. So when you see a good mediator, you see just 2 ears. You think that their whole body is just 2. Are you listening to me? But the reason why they're able to listen with, okay, let me finish that issue of 2 ears. Now, do you know what? You put 2 ears together, what do you see? Side by side, what do you see? What does it become? If you put 2 ears together, if you cut one ear and cut the other ear and put them together, what do they become?
Love.
What do you say? Did you say love?
Love.
Heart. So that's the mediator for you. That is why you are drawing the bloody ear. The 2 ears are just to the heart, looking like it's apart, but it's actually joined. That is your heart. So what are we saying? I want you to write it down. The heart, H-E-A-R-T, write it down. Very important. Glory, write it down. Everybody write it down. The heart hears it, H-E-A-R-S. The heart hears it far better than the ear can ever hear. Should I repeat it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The heart,
Hears
the
it
heart
better.
hears it
It's
far better than the ear can
ears can ever
hear.
hear.
Okay, read what you wrote, please.
The heart
The heart hears
The heart
it
can
far
hear
far
better
better than the
than
ear
ears
can ever hear.
ever hear.
So all that you do,
Sir.
thank you. All that you do as a mediator, you are giving them your ears. So you don't need to tell them, oh, I know 10 steps. No, 10 steps in your own personal checklist. In those days, when I was teaching for Bible in Ministry of Justice many years ago, 1999 to 2007, the direct management of their center is called Citizen Mediation Center. I see there. Citizen Mediation Center. Many states now have it in the Ministry of Justice. They told them to do the list that I taught them and put it like on their door, so that when they are doing their mediation, they can be looking at it. Oh, okay, first step has been taken, second step, third step, until they get to the 10th one. They don't tell the party that they are following those, somebody use guidelines, those 10 steps. They don't tell the party, but it's mediators need to have it so that they will know that they've covered all the steps. And I used to remember those days because I was consulting for them, so I would go there, I watch some mediators, and they want to jump the steps, and then they have problem with their mediation. You cannot jump it because each of them is sequential. It's one step into the other. Okay, so what you are doing really, essentially, is giving them your heart. So the mediator does not judge anybody. Even if the person is everybody's called knowns or thinks the person is an armed robber, whatever, bad person. When you come to the mediator only gives their ears, that is their heart. Why do they do that? Why does a mediator give parties their heart? I just told you now, that thing you wrote down, just read it back to me. So my question, why does a mediator give their ears?
Because the heart hears it far better than the ears can ever hear.
God bless you, Choma, and the others that spoke. So when my people, they say, Aboro, the word is enough for the wise. When you tell a wise person, that is somebody who listens with their heart, that's a wise person. Somebody who listens with their heart, not just this skin here. They listen with their heart. When you tell them one thing, they understand everything. The Yorubas also call it agboye. They hear to understand it. They hear to understand it. By this, then they will ask you, did I get what you are trying to say? They will say yes. Why? Because the heart hears it far better. So this skin, this piece of skin on your head may not pick, but the one that it is connected to the heart as a good mediator will pick it up. Why can't they tell you everything? Because at the beginning, especially the other parties, they see what the other person said. He said, as we went on, we were discovering information we didn't have before. Why? She was listening. They were listening with their heart. They were very attentive. Otherwise, they might not have picked it up. So good mediator pick up everything, even the thing that is not spoken. So that is the background to the 10 steps, a mediator that is listening professionally. She has packaged everybody in their heart. Because if you have to listen in your heart, you have to gather the people in your heart. And they will know from our body language whether you condemn them or not. Whether you see them, whether you are judging them as they are talking or not. They will know because, like my mom says, the talk is in the eye. People read our body language instinctively, I think. Okay, very good. Now, so having that background of the ears of an elephant, the heart of a giant, everything is, they become more, the party, they freely talk to you, they tell you everything. They bring everything out to you. So now, as they are speaking, and you don't stop there, that's why your mouth is very tiny. In fact, it is padlock. Okay, let's do another exercise. Free your hand. This I want this to what's it called? These 2 fingers. Can you see my 2 fingers? This one. This one is index fingers, Abby.
Yes.
What of this one? This is thumb. Okay, your thumb. Now take it to your mouth and do something with it.
Okay.
Take it to your mouth. Do something with your mouth. Please don't take. I'm watching your head very good. I want to spell very good. You see what Eunice is doing? Ahead. Everybody do that. Say something. So yeah. Clap for yourself. Clap for yourselves. Eunice, clap now. You have done a good job. Very good. You should celebrate yourself. And you make sure people celebrate you. And where they're not celebrating, don't go there. You can see I'm happy to come to Shati because they celebrate me. They celebrate you. And I celebrate you. That's another thing about the mediator celebrates everybody. Okay, very good. Now, so your mouth is short. So you're able to take everything. So as you're taking everything, you'll be taking your checklist. You say, okay, these people, they have fully expressed the way they feel. It can be anger, it can be hurt, it can be, I've been betrayed, I've been stabbed on the back. It doesn't matter. Anytime people's needs have not been met, they feel pain. So when they have the opportunity, they express their pain. It comes out. A good mediator does not say, hey, stop, don't talk. No. She allows them to express their food as long as they want. That is step 1, expression of feelings. The next step is dealing with food. Now, but the second step is in the first step. Let me ask you, my sister Sampla. If somebody was angry, hurt, feeling bad, and they have expressed that emotion, would they still be feeling that hurt or bad or emotional? After they are fully expressed, after you have allowed them, you have listened to them, they have expressed everything, would they feel hurt, as emotional, as bad as when they started?
No, they will calm down.
Good. Clap for yourself. Is that Gloria? Gloria Jude, clap for yourself.
Yes.
Very good. So automatically in step 1, you are moving to step 2. Step 2 is dealing with the feelings. So I listen to them with your soul, with your heart, with everything, without judging, condemning them. And if start beginning to feel at home with you, you already moved to step 2. You have calmed down. Now, my question to you, my sisters and brothers, why do you need to give them opportunity to there's an English I'm forgetting now, to bring it out, to express their feelings fully, to unbottle, yes, that's the word, to unbottle. Why do you need to get them to calm down? Why is it important?
So because when people are calm, they're more logical.
Thank you.
Less emotional and more logical.
Thank you. When you
so they can trust.
Go ahead, Gloria. What did you say?
They can trust you and become vulnerable and be able to, spill out everything, their pains, the way it really is. They can tell you is the way it is.
Very good. So when they have expressed their feeling, it kind of what the reason why you are doing is what Aderonke said. If you are strongly emotional, your senses ceases. You lose half of your sense. I'm very sorry to say. You won't tell the parties that's what you are doing. I can tell you, don't tell them anything. You just listen to them. Your own is just, okay, they have fully expressed their feeling. But you know why you are doing it scientifically. When the anger has calmed down, their sense returns. Not just negative feelings, even some positive feelings. When somebody is telling you, Ina Sonki, Afrogenaya, what's the meaning of those 2 words I just said?
I love you.
I like you.
Look at that. All up, she just became very happy. Now, in that situation of Ina Sonki, Afrogenaya, Munife, when you are doing that one, people lose their brain. That's not the time to take a decision. So it's not just negative feelings, also positive feelings, strong feelings makes us not to be calm. We are all over the place.
It's a feeling.
Thank you, good. That's a feeling. If I tell you, okay, so let's say you have calmed me down. If I not tell you I'm hungry, what's that?
It's also a feeling.
Okay. What's the difference between angry and hungry?
The hunger is the need.
Hunger is the need. Okay. Now, if I not tell you that.
Hunger is a problem that needs to be attended to.
Good.
One is emotional and one is logical.
Okay, but let's clap for thank you. Okay, let's clap for Cody. The hunger is the problem. Now, if I not tell you that, oh, I'm hungry because I've not eaten since the morning, what is that?
Problem.
It's a problem. What is that? Somebody mentioned it.
It's a problem.
No, it's not a problem.
Because you have not
hungry
eaten.
because I've not eaten.
I know. What is it? What is that? From what we discussed yesterday, what is that?
An unmet need.
No, good, Sarah. Good, Sarah, yes. No food since morning. That's an unmet need. No food. The problem is hunger. And the feeling is anger. So in a conflict that is not resolved, the first thing you see is what? Anger, pain, hurt, emotions. The next thing you see is the problem. The problem is what made them to be angry. I don't know if I feel it before. Sometimes when I think now that I'm older, I'm not as, I can control my this thing. But if I'm hungry, I could be angry. I don't know whether any of you has felt it before, whether when you are children or now, even up to now, or you've seen it in your kids. When they are hungry, I've seen it in I don't know, my granddaughter. Last year, hey, I was so embarrassed. We went to a restaurant. And the food was not ready on time. Now, Ronke had not made provision. Children, you can package biscuit because elders can wait until lunch.
You can package biscuit, package whatever. She did not take anything. So we went to do whatever the tourism went to do in where we went. So the beautiful site, Niagara Falls. You should go there one day if you have the opportunity. Beautiful place. We saw the beautiful Niagara Falls and all that. And then it was lunchtime. Now the child became hungry. The adults we could wait. But I paid my grandmother. What did she do? She started crying uncontrollably. She cried. I became so embarrassed. So she expressing emotions because she was hungry. And she was hungry because we did not make provision for the child in the group. We did not take food along. So in an unresolved conflict, you see the anger, the pain, behind which is the hungry, is the problem. Sorry, not the hungry, the problem. I'm just using food as an example. And then behind the problem is the need, which is food. Now, if you go to any of these places, you see, I was telling you that this war was going on in Israel, in that place next to Russia.
Ukraine.
Thank you. I said, those are not, that's not the conflict. That is the problem. You remember that? And you see, if you see Putin, you see the other side, they'll be expressing anger, shouting at each other and all that. That is the expression of feelings. You can see that in all conflict. When the conflict has not been resolved, when a need has not been met, you see problems. Sometimes that problem could be killing. That killing is not the conflict. It is the problem. So number three is the third step, you understand parties' problems. Why didn't you understand them? Because some peacekeeping may need to take place. There may be a need to send some soldiers to go and stand between the two warring parties. I'm just using it in the case of nations and what? And communities. In Nigeria now, we have so much challenge with violence. Unnecessarily, as far as I'm concerned. Because I saw them coming, I saw all this violence coming in 2008. And I thought then this is what will happen if we don't change our law. Our law is what is generating the violence in Nigeria. We made a law that we should take the patrimony of our sub-nationalities and take everything to Abuja to be sharing. And so what happens is that no more development because people have been told the land you are on is not your own. The land and what is inside is no longer your own. Land Use Act, Minerals Act, Petroleum Act, November 27, 1969. So you are disenfranchised, there's no productivity. What do you expect? Nigeria is a young nation. So the youth starts looking for a way out. Anybody can recruit a youth in Nigeria. Why? They are hungry. They don't have jobs. So I'm not surprised that all this is going on. You know. So anyway, what we do is understand parties' problems so that we can see what we can do. The same way we calm the feelings down. What we can do to ameliorate the problem so that we can have the opportunity to move on to the real issue. The real issue is step 4. What is step 4, my sisters and brothers? What do you pick as step 4? We already discussed it now when you're talking about hunger and all that.
Solution to the unmet needs.
No, not provision, because you have not described the unmet. Step 4 is understanding the unmet needs.
Okay.
Yes. So as they are talking, as you are listening to them, you will know which one is anger, which one is anger, which one is problem. So which one is feelings, which one is problem, which one is their unmet need. And that is where the real work begins. I mean, in terms of moving towards solution. That's why your ears must be attentive and you must shut your mouth with that padlock. Because once they trust you, they'll start talking. But if you don't allow them to talk, or you are not listening with your heart, you will not even know when they are talking about their unmet needs. And if you miss the point of unmet need, you've missed your mediation is already a failure. In fact, if you miss either of them, if you don't understand what the problem is, you don't understand what the feelings are, you think that they are moving on. Some people don't talk, some people don't quiet. My daughter and I, we have 2 different personalities. She was telling me, you don't mention this. She said, for her, I would say it so that people know that I'm not Mumu. You know, but not everybody is like that. You look at Monica, for example. Monica is very quiet. You know, Monica is in this room. My sister Monica is in this room. She's very quiet. My sister Anita is in this room. She's very quiet. But everybody knows that my daughter is in this room because she has a voice. In fact, she's leading a group. She's leading the Gakuwa Holdings group. Well done, okay. I'm very proud of you. You are my hero. You know, very good. So that is how it is.
Thank you.
Yes, my daughter. So the fact that somebody is quiet doesn't mean they don't have feelings. The fact that somebody is quiet doesn't mean they don't have problems. The fact that somebody is quiet doesn't mean they don't have needs. But if all the mediator is doing, the foolish mediator is doing, forgive my use of word, is talking, and will not padlock her mouth or his mouth and give them elephant ears and heart, they will not be able to pick up when they are talking about what is the thing that is causing all this problem, the pain, their need, their unmet needs. So that's step 5. Just understand what you met. And like I told you yesterday, that is when a mediator is successful. Because at the time you bring out their unmet needs, the parties can say, oh, I see. Oh, Madam Mediator, you can go now. We know what to do. Because their relationship was existed before you were even born. So with the relationship, you can meet those needs. You have done your job fully. Anyway, like I said, that's just the 10. Those are I'm dealing with the 10 steps. So we're still going to where they will have agreement. So step 5, on each of the need that you uncover, you write down a question. You will ask them that question later, if you need to, because me, I can do my mediation by keeping quiet from the beginning to the end. I can keep quiet and just let the parties talk. And the parties by themselves will express their feelings. They will calm themselves down. They will express their problem. They will express their needs. They will ask themselves, what do we do? Without me talking at all. Then they go to step 6, step 7. And that's what happened. I told you about the mediation in my alma mater, Brandeis. I told you yesterday. What I did, I just called a meeting. I'm telling you the truth. I did not say a word in that meeting. Some people may not even know that I called the meeting. They would have seen my email, of course, but they would not know. They can't say because somebody emailed, they know their face. Not this is where you see email and you see face. That time, I don't think they used to have photo with email. So the person maybe sitting next to me doesn't know I was one that called the meeting. And they in fact, what you did today, see exactly what happened in that case was what happened in your case today. You were waiting for the mediator, 1 minute, 2 minutes, the mediator disappeared. I've discovered that some of them are actually in the room. Victoria is in the room, Moyosori is in the room. But they disappeared. Either they developed cold feet or you did not pay them. But you solve your own problem. That's what happened there. The people themselves, once they met at that point, they started doing self-mediation. They spoke to one another, and at the end, they resolved it. So these steps are your checklist. You don't need to say, oh, stop talking. I want to ask you a question. No. You write the question down in case you need to ask them. But without you asking them, they themselves may be asking themselves the same question and answering the question. And if they are conflict, lead them to do it if they want to do it. So step 5, you ask a question on each unmet need. You see, how will this so and so need be met? You note it down. If there's one unmet need, one question. Suppose I'm asking you girls, my brothers and sisters, if there's two unmet needs, how many questions?
2.
Good. Thank you. I don't care. If there are 3 unmet needs, how many questions?
3 questions.
3. Thank you, Gloria. Then you now go to step 6. Step 6 is brainstorming. Brainstorming on what, folks?
On the unmet needs.
Not on the unmet need, though.
Okay.
On what, folks? Brainstorming on what?
On solution.
Not on solution, okay. You see.
On how the needs can be met.
Good. Is that Abubakar?
Yes, sir.
Please clap for yourself, Abubakar. Yes, and thank you for clapping for Abubakar. You brainstorm on the questions. Each on the question.
It's the need.
Yes. On the questions, how the need could be met. Like I said, you don't need to ask them by themselves, they may start doing brainstorming. For example, anybody that comes to this class now, if they're in a conflict resolution or negotiation, you need to tell them to take. They know that because they know the steps. Well, you are in the same class. The fact that they are the mediator doesn't mean that now you know more than them. They know what you know. They can just say, go run themselves through the whole process. So then number 6. Now, what happens is that as they are brainstorming, what they are saying, you'll be writing it under those questions that you set in step 5. So you will not write what they are saying. Okay, by the way, what do you brainstorm for? Let me not run too far. What do you brainstorm for? When you are doing brainstorming, what are you brainstorming? You are brainstorming on the question, but what are you brainstorming? What comes out of brainstorming?
Solution.
How to meet their needs.
No solution.
How to meet them.
Victor told you earlier on. Victor Baba told you what comes out. He didn't put it in context and put it, but he told you, he used the word that I'm looking for. What is it? You brainstorm for what? Options.
Wow, I didn't get that.
Yes. What is coming out is not the solution. Inside the options, especially if you let them talk, I emphasize you becoming ears and locking your mouth and let them be the one talking. If you let them talk, they will be all manner of things. Option 1, option 2, they are all options. That's not the solution. Your duty as a mediator is that under each question, you write out the options that they are talking, that they are forgetting.
Sorry, excuse me.
Yes,
Excuse me. Who should brainstorm for options? Is it the mediator quietly brainstorming as they're talking, or the party? Or
parties?
So we will tell the parties to brainstorm for options, right? And then we're writing them down.
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm also saying that even without you asking them, if you're a very good listener, the parties themselves will ask the question on each need, and they will answer it by themselves. Even without you saying anything, because you have put them in the mood. You set them up to be talking because they know that you will really talk, that this person will not talk. So, and if it's their problem, is their conflict, they will be talking like you did it this morning in your mediation. Sorry, this afternoon in your mediation. Start to each other. First of all, you express anger, then you move to you saw the problem, then you say, well, we need to we are together, we are in a relationship. Okay, how do we protect each other's needs? Which happens to be money, finance. By yourself, you can move, the parties by themselves can move themselves to the end. But in a situation, which is where now I'm asking your question, I don't care. In a situation where the parties are stuck, let's say they stop talking after discovering their needs in step 4. You may be the one, you can then ask them, okay, how do you guys have talked about 10 needs. How do you provide for need 2, need 3, need 4, need 5, need 6, up to 10? Then they will continue talking because you can't bring some for somebody's unmet needs. It's not your unmet needs. You need to encourage them to think, and then you are writing down under each question. You are writing down the options that meet that need. That speak to the need. You don't know yet whether the option meets the need. Now that is step 6. Step 7. You do what women do every day. What do women do every day before they go out?
Makeup.
Good. God bless you. Gloria. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
Cook.
Do makeup on the options. Why do you need to do makeup on the options?
Because the options may not be sufficient or that good.
It may not be sufficient. It may not be pleasant. So you have to add foundation, add whatever you girls add. So by the time the mediator is talking about the option, repeating it, she has made it up. She's giving it a human face or a woman's face. She's making it look very beautiful. Are you getting me? That one, I don't know, is the business mediator. Although some parties, when they say something, they may take it back. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean that way. I mean this. They might then say they can make up the option to make it look beautiful.
Sir, please repeat number 7 again.
Making up the option, making the options look good, complete, whole, correct, pleasant. Do you understand me now?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand me now?
Yes, sir, I understand.
Let me give you an example. Some of the people in this room are some of the closest to me in my life. I don't get came from my stomach. She's my daughter and my best friend. And I'm not being political because she's here. She knows that she's my best friend. Well, at least, sometimes people tire. Maybe somebody tires, but definitely she's my best friend. Now, let's say my sister is also, Anita is here. Let's say between Adonke and her auntie, they have a conflict, and I'm the mediator. And then Anita tells me, tell your daughter. Now, she'll not say her daughter again. She'll say, your daughter. When conflict has come now, people that are used to talk to each other very well, happily, laugh, hug each other, embrace, kiss, you now start treating them like strangers. Like you guys were treating each other, the bank, Galkuwas, and other ones, So now, assuming Anita say, tell your daughter that she has an attitude problem. Do you think I would just leave Anita and go and tell her she has an attitude problem? Don't forget. Yes, I will never do that. By the time Ronke hears me, she will hear something different. But the essence, the meat will be there. She will hear something like, oh, your auntie thinks that you guys are having a communication challenge. Have I communicated something to her?
Very well, sir.
Is it pleasant way?
Yes,
no, it's pleasant.
Garnished.
Thank you.
In a more pleasant way.
Yes, she can hear that one. But assuming this her daddy goes to tell her and say, your auntie said you have a problem. What would happen?
You are causing more problem.
You play up.
You go back to step 1, anger. Because of foolishness as a mediator. So if you see me, I'm very pleasant because I'm a mediator. I love everybody. I love you very much. My default mode, no matter what you have done, even to me, I just show you love. Why? I'm a mediator. If I don't show you love, I lose you more. Either as a relation or as a party. That's how I treat my daughter. It's just that one or two times I've not felt hurt, but she will really see it. Sometimes one or two times I say, oh, this person did it. She will say, I'm the one that did it. Well, what am I going to do now? What will I do? What will I do? What will I do? I hope you are catching my spirit.
Very well, sir.
Now, I didn't come here to teach you theory. I got to that I can impart you. It is the attitude of mediator that makes them to be successful. I told you yesterday, myself and my principal, Zena Ibrahim Kochi, my principal, my next senior, she was minister that got me appointed as special advisor, labor and conflict management at Power. I told them we're laughing. I mean, a big problem like that, a big problem that we're laughing. But in the midst of it, there was a solution. And under one week, the whole problem for 2005, when they made that privatization, in 2012, when I came, 8 years, 7 years, now fizzled out. So it is the spirit. If somebody is a good mediator, you will know by their spirit. Pleasant. So now start step 7, and we do that not because that made up option is the solution. No. Why do you make them up? Why do you make them look good, folks? Why do you make them look good? One, because they may be the solution. And if they are the solution and they are looking bad, the person will not even look at it. In fact, if I told her, okay, your auntie said you have like 2 problems, she said, Daddy, so are you bringing, so are you insulting? Now, she will forget that somebody sent me a message and that I'm only a foolish messenger. But if I tell her, your auntie thinks that you guys having communication, oh, she say, okay, is that so? Okay, I didn't see it that way. She's considering the option. She may not accept it. Long before Ronke was born, I too had a parent. That's the woman, she's smiling at you from heaven. Now, see that woman, that's my mother. Now, if I had malaria in those days, not Ronke's time, when Ronke was time born, they had other options. When you had malaria in those days, late in the 60s, 70s, it's Nivaquine, no? Nivaquine. Are you hearing me? Are you guys listening to me?
We are listening.
Yes, Nivaquine was the principal option. I'm not saying the only option. There's also Agbo. If you don't know the meaning of Agbo, when you get to do the research, Agbo, AGBO, Agbo. Agbo Iba. They make it from Dongoyaro. Now, options were limited. Not now. Everything is coded in sugar. Every tablet is now coded in sugar, or they put it inside capsule. The bitterness is gone. Now, so how did my mother used to make up Nivaquine? Maybe some of you don't even know Nivaquine again. It's bitter. Now, my mother would take Nivaquine. Yes. My mother would take amala. If you don't know amala, you have a big challenge. It's the best food in the world. My mother would take amala and dip it. Dip a hole inside it, not to the bottom one. Then she would put Nivaquine tablet inside the amala and cover it. What happened to the bitterness?
It covers the bitterness.
It disappears forever. Then my mom will take it. Now amala goes with ewedu and gbegiri. Anita and those who don't know, unfortunately, you're on your own. Amala goes best with ewedu and gbegiri. Now she will wrap the amala inside the ewedu and gbegiri. I'm already salivating. And then she will put orieja, fish, put a bit from the fish. And then she'll say, Okomi, Yeru Okioloma Famojo. What's she doing? What's she doing?
Your ego.
Yes. Thank you, Mulika. She's finding my she's setting me up. to look at that option, to consider that option. Then she say, open your mouth. Now, she didn't need to tell me open the mouth. Before she tell me, my mouth's already wide open. Why? That's my favorite food. And then I'll take it. Now, how would I know my mother gave me Nivaquine?
You won't know, sir.
I will know. Or the itching.
Okay.
Or the itching. If you want to know the meaning, go and ask Chioma and give her 1 hour. She'll tell you the meaning. So now, that option is not the best for me. She packaged it well. I swallowed it. But if I was not being greedy, I would have asked, Mommy, this one that you are praising me this morning so much, what is inside this thing you want to put in my mouth? And if you told me in the vacuum, I say, Mom, but you know this thing itches me. It's not the best option. But at least I've considered it. She's made it look pleasant, attractive. You know, make me salivate. I want this, but it may not be the best for me. So the fact that a mediator makes an option looks good, beautiful like a woman, does not mean that option is the is the solution. In fact, it may be poison. It may be poisonous. So what we do, we go to step 8. In step 8, we do what they call reality testing. This thing, will it work? This beautiful looking option, will it work? So if there is, for one question on how a need can be met, how many options may come up? Yes, folks, how many options may come up?
Multiple.
Multiple, thank you. Please, let's clap for my sister, Milikat. Clap for, don't be envy, don't be jealous. Clap for her. She's today, she's winning. I'm going about 2 points. Clap for her.
I have a question.
Yes, I do. Okay.
Is it possible for the mediator to bring up a solution that wasn't mentioned, but from the observation, it should be?
You mean option? Option, you mean?
Yes, to bring up an option that wasn't mentioned.
Yes, you could, but you have to be very careful. So it comes like maybe the way you can suggest something, and before you know it, the person say, okay, oh, that one. She may even think that she want that brought the option up. So you have to be very stylish and careful about it, so that they will not say, Baba Sokwe, Mama Sokwe, Yagba Sokwe, that you are the one that to tell them this is what they should do. You have to be very careful and tactical. But yes, you may see some things that they don't see, but it's still an option. It's not the solution. It may contain the solution, but it may not necessarily so. And don't forget, our big job as mediators is floating options. So as many options as possible, they should be on the table, knowing that even though you are the one that brought that option, the parties still have the opportunity to decide. Now, so step 8, we do reality testing. Will it work? Will it work? We know it looks beautiful. This option looks so, I like this option. Love is not the same thing as marriage. Likeness is not the same thing as relationship. I can like you from afar. I don't have to bring you to my house. I don't have to say I must be friends with you. No. The fact that the options have been made to be good look, which is your duty as a mediator to make option look beautiful, or to ensure option look beautiful, doesn't mean that it should not be pushed down the party's throat, because some of those options, good-looking options, may be poisonous. They may be enemies that look like friends. And we didn't make them beautiful so that the parties can accept them. Make them beautiful so that the party can consider them and not feel insulted and not feel bad. So when we consider them, let's say, like Monica said, multiple. When she said multiple, she means that it can be up to 1 million options on one question. What she meant is that, okay, let me ask you what she meant. Suppose none of those options is realistic. What would you do? What would you do to them, to the multiple options? All of them are realistic. What do you do? What do you do to them? What do you say, man?
I think you discard them and you think
you discard them. You throw them away. Let's clap for Monica again. She's really on fire today. You are smoking. You are just you discard them. Thank you, Gloria. You discard them. You throw them away, all of them. You go back to step 6, because what it means is that you did not brainstorm sufficiently. Maybe they gave 99 options on that question you asked on that particular need, and you tell them otito, mechonu. It's enough. I mean, of course, you won't insult anybody, but you should not even tell them it's enough. If the parties want to say something, let them say the next thing they want to say. Why would you tell them it's enough? Is it your conflict? You are only a mediator. So anything they want to let you come out, because that thing you tell them they should stop, they should not talk, it is enough, otito. That may be the option that will contain the solution, but you lost it. So you go back, you waste time. Like those guys in Ministry of Justice at Hausa Ikeja that will say, this one that our teacher taught us is too much, this 10 step is too long, and they will jump from step whatever to step whatever they want to say. Party come aside. I used to see them 1 or 2 men, I won't mention their names. The party will now blow up on their face. A party that was quiet before, very quiet, unassuming, will now blow up on the market. When they say, come and sign, then I'm not signing. Why? The mediator did not take a step or did not take it properly. When they are brainstorming, your mouth must be completely shut. Except like, okay, so maybe there's something, they have finished talking, said everything they want to say, you have encouraged them to talk, they talk. They've brought out all the options they know. You may now maybe suggest that, oh, I don't know if you are looking at this one. And if at that point they say, oh yeah, that's also an option, and they want to start talking again, let them talk. Because when you get to step 8 and you do reality testing on the one that they said, if you don't allow them to talk in step 6, there may be no option that can be acceptable. I hope I'm making sense to you guys. Am I making sense?
Very well, sir.
Yes, sir. Very well, sir.
Yes.
It's reality testing. You have to be able to tick your checklist and step it. I have done this one. Now, suppose, let's come back to that conflict between Aderonke and the Auntie Anita. Suppose Aderonke said, tell Auntie, okay, I'll give her $1 million. Am I supposed, as a mediator, to jump and tell Anita, your daughter says she'll give you $1 million? Am I supposed to do that? We are in step 8 now, reality testing. Do you take that option? I'll give $1 million. Do you take it? You just take it. Okay, come and sign $1 million. Do I do that? In step 8, what do I do? I check out the reality, whether it's true, in a nice way. Oh, I tell her, Ajike, okay, the way my mother used to praise me, I praise my daughter now. In fact, I'm already praising my granddaughter that way. I'll say, this thing, you tell your auntie, a little one bank here, how much is in your bank? In a nice way. Then they discover that she has sent me on a goose chase. Daddy, where is 100,000 that I have? Do you see it? If I was foolish, I would have gone and said, come and sign agreement on 1 million. The person to pay 1 million has either no shishi or has only 100,000. And she has no clue, no idea of where that many 900,000 would be. And you now sign an agreement, tomorrow the conflict will break up again because she will not pay that money because she doesn't have it. I'm just giving that as an example. Reality testing, you do reality testing on the options on ground. Don't be jumping at an option. You are a bad mediator when you see an option, it looks good, you ask the party to sign because the parties may sign, but it may not be realistic. So in step 8, we do it to make sure all the options are not only good looking from step 7, they are also possible and realistic. And if none of it is realistic, like I said, you go back to step 6, brainstorm more for more options. But assuming out of the multiple options, one of them will work. You then go to step 9. You do what lawyers do and parties, business with it, you offer it. You offer it to the parties in caucus. I know Victor also mentioned caucus. You offer it in caucus. Why do you offer it in caucus to them separately? You call one party, tell them, this is what you guys are saying as you go forward. Then you go to the other party and tell them, why do you do it in caucus? Instead of telling them together. Yes, Eunice, you want to answer. I know you have my book there, so you want to read, you want to give me the idea for my book. Why do you tell them separately? It is the whole way forward, though, but you offer it to them separately. Why do you do that? Because the party may say no. The party may shoot themselves in the foot. It is the workable option. It is the workable option. It's what they call it a BATNA, best alternative to negotiate agreement. The party may say no. Now, because they said no to you, just two of you talking, the other party didn't hear them saying no to their best options. You know, if you ask them, okay, you say you are not going to accept this one. What do we do? Don't forget, you ask them a very nice way. You have planted them, a mediator plants parties in his heart. Okay, so what do we do? Then the sense suddenly comes back. She realizes that's the best option. What will she now do? Or what will he now do? Will he simply say, no? Talk to me now. Talk to me, folks. If she discovers her best option, what will she now do? She will still be saying no. she will go to step 10, acceptance, step 10, acceptance. And those are the 10 steps. And under acceptance, you write down. That's why you have the agreement. That's why the settlement that one of you mentioned earlier. You write down who is to do what, when, and what happens if it's not done. What did I say? Please take note. That's the step 10. You write down who is to do what, when, and what happens if it's not done. Did you write it down, or I should repeat it? Folks, you're not
Repeat
talking.
it, sir.
Repeat it, sir.
You write down who is to do what, when, and what happens if it's not done. Is that okay? Are you writing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So do what happens. Now, we are going back to your, in the next few minutes, we are going back to your, what's it called? To your mediation this morning. Because you were more or less at step 10. If you have agreed on the keeping each other's relationship and restoring Alhaji Umar's interest, he going to get his interest, and then you work out whereby the bank can be better managed. Is that your agreement?
Sir, please.
Abubakar, what's your question?
Please, I didn't get number 9. I'm very sorry.
Offer the option that will work.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And you offer it in caucus. You offer it to them one by one, so that they say they don't want.
All right, sir. Offer the
That situation of they don't want is what is called what now? What's alternative to negotiate agreement? Because truly it may not work. That's called what now? What's alternative to negotiate agreement? But if it's something that will work, if the option will work, it's called partner, best alternative to negotiate agreement. And if they refuse a partner, because they are with you, you can cover their face and their shame. When so sorry, I will accept it. It's good for me. That's the best for me. Then you can then go. They accept it, and that's step 10. That's step 10. Endeavor to get my book. You don't have to, but endeavor to get it. I think I did an understanding with Nanchang to can how they can get it at a lower rate. And you can also talk to my daughter. She has in her office in Abuja the book, so she can arrange for you how to get it, either of them. I want you to read chapter 10.
Salah.
I want to read chapter 10 of how to resolve a conflict. Only because it will help you better. Okay, so now did I get your agreement right on that your negotiation? Folks?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
It's Ibrahim, you are signing to you. You sign it, right?
No, we have not, sir.
Well, you are going to sign it, right? As I stated it.
Yes, if where we stopped at is that they are going to go and look at it as the executive of the Yoga Bank, and then they'll get back to us. So if they get back to us, like we already pointed it out to them, we're going to agree so long as our interests coming in.
It's okay. Is that the position of Ibrahim?
Excuse me, sir. I have a question.
Yes, Helen.
First of all, I want to apologize. My network logged me out. I only came back when you started outlining our checklist, mediator's checklist. Okay. But my question is as to item 9, number 9, the offer.
Yes.
When you offer these options to these best alternative options to them separately, and one party still refuses and doesn't want to see reason, what then happens? Because some of them could be stubborn. Okay, this is not the option we would want.
If it's stubbornness,
what would you do?
If it is stubbornness, it's easier. If it's stubbornness, there are two situations. They may be correct. Because mediation should give the party the best. It's their story. But if it is stubbornness, stubbornness does mean the person's sense is a little bit loose. So I will help them to tighten it up. Once you help them to tighten it, help them to make sense, they will not be stubborn again. Because nobody shoots themselves in the foot deliberately. Stubbornness is shooting yourself in the foot. You have the best option, the workable option, the realistic option. You say no, that is foolishness. You can call it stubbornness, but it's my language, my dictionary is foolishness. So you help them to be sensible. But, and that is what you call partner, best for trying to negotiate. But it could be a partner situation. It may be that the mediator is one that is foolish. And I'll give you instances how a mediator can be foolish. The parties want to talk, tell them it's enough. And that thing they want to say may be the option that will continue the solution. So you go back. So I will, in that room, I will ask them, okay, so what do we do? At that point, the person may realize that they don't know what they're talking about. Or they may be able to convince you that even if I go to court, I will get a better deal. So it depends on. I've answered your question, Henry.
Yeah, please, I also have
so much,
Okay, Abubakar, go ahead. Now, before you go ahead, Abubakar, before you go ahead, you go ahead. Nanchan gave me 2-4. If you want to extend, everybody agree we should extend. Let us agree. Do you want to add 5 minutes, 10 minutes? But otherwise, in the next 4 minutes, I'm handing over back to my bosses, Mrs. Ankama and Mr. Nanchan. Do we want to add 5 minutes for question and answer?
Yes, 5 minutes. It's okay, sir.
Does everybody agree?
Our attention is also needed by 4 somewhere. Anyway, 5 minutes is okay, sir.
Okay. Okay. Ask your question. I may still stop at 4. Okay.
Okay, sir.
I've told
So
you,
you
can go and read
emphasize
you can go and read chapter. You can go and read chapter 10 of my book. So that you should read the whole book. But 10 will educate you very well.
So you emphasize on the issue of silence as a mediator. So what exactly should a mediator do in this process? Because you kept saying just listen. So now is it that after the opening statement, like you just be looking at them discussing, or like what exactly will you do?
If you need to intervene, you come in. That's why you have the 10 steps.
Yes.
That's why you have your 10 steps. That's your checklist. They don't see, but you see it's in front of you. You tick it. Okay, we have addressed this one. If the parties have addressed the issue of feeling, they've come themselves and say, I'm not angry again. I know, let us move forward. Why do you need to be doing anything for that? You just go on. You know what an anger is. Sorry, you know what emotion is. You know what problem is. You know what need is. So if the parties are talking about it, if they are not, you then ask them a question to make them talk about it. Very specific question that talks about what you want, what you need, based on your 10 steps. Have I answered your question, Abubakar?
Very well, sir. I now understand. Thank you very much.
Yes. Who else? If there's any other question, your mediation you said you guys will go and settle it. You have a meeting in London and then find out the details of the agreement you want to go to. So you go and do that. So I'm assuming we have finished with the exercise.
I would like to follow them.
So I do have 2 minutes. So if anybody has any other question any hot question before I hand over to my boss.
So I want to mention something, not really a question, but more like a observation based on the last question. You know, most times we're tempted to talk a lot, but for me, I handle a lot of people, thousands, and I realize that the best times I get a solution is when I keep quiet and I allow the people talk and I ask questions and they talk. That's when I get things solved. So don't be tempted. You're not a lawyer. Mediators are not lawyers. Yeah, they may be lawyers, but just keep quiet and let them talk, and it's okay. So it's okay to keep quiet. You're not doing anything. You're actually doing a lot by letting them talk more than you. Yeah, I wanted to just add that. Yeah.
See, somebody who comes from the womb of a mediator. See how she's really trained it in better than me. Thank you, my daughter. God bless you.
Yeah.
Night time
I have another question.
A gift. Yes, go ahead, Helen. There.
Okay, sir. Still on the matter of letting the parties talk.
Yes.
My question is, we Nigerians, we tend to talk a lot and we might be rambling and all of that. So as a mediator, would it be okay if you can help them maybe streamline their thoughts, or they can just talk in general? That's my first question.
Okay.
Then my second question be, as regards to the number of sessions, if we could not finish the whole thing, or maybe we stopped at understanding the parties' feelings, that is number one. When we come for another session, let's say we hit a deadlock now. We come for another session. Do we start all over again, or we just move on from where we're at? Those are my 2 questions.
Follow your 10 steps. Your 10 steps will guide you. Ideally, if you've taken step 1, why do you need to go back there? You want them to start opening up their wound again? You want to open up the wound again? No. you can summarize. Last time we were able to address our feelings, and then we are able to we are now ready. Don't tell them you calm down because me feel insulted when you say you calm down, but they actually calm down. We are now in a position to move to the next this thing. I'd like you to please continue where you are. This is where you were. You can now continue. Let the parties talk as much as possible. Now, the first question: if the same suit was in court, how long will it take if it was in court? Ideally, an ideal case in court. If you lie to me, I will know because I've been going to court for 36 years. How long will an ideal case, the smallest case, take in court?
Several hours.
Only hours, not days.
Years, some years.
For a particular sitting hours, but then a particular case might take years.
It takes so many years.
I'm sure when you were who went to law school, there's a case called odious affiliate. Maybe take a case is 2020. So what am I saying? Helen, is it not better to listen to them? Anything they want to say, you go back ugly. Why don't you just swallow? That's why you are a mediator. Your stomach is getting bigger. Store it there. Be storing it. It's not better to listen to them for an hour than to make them be in court for 48 months or 48 years. So don't say that they are because they are talking, they are Nigerian. No. If that's the way they want to see, how do I know somebody lost me? They listen to me. So a mediator naturally loves parties. It's not that they are siding with them. They are not being sympathetic, but they are being empathetic. So let them come down because inside there are too much turancy, too much talk. Inside it is what you are looking for as a 10-step mediator. All your ingredients that makes you a successful mediator is inside. So a good mediator doesn't worry about how long they need to talk. What a good mediator does is that they are taking their 10 steps. Okay, this one, the parties have covered it by themselves. They covered it. So you understand now? Okay, good. What is 4 o'clock?
I still have a question, sir.
Okay, if Anantag allows me to take that question, I will take it. Anantag, can I take the question?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Permission of all of the participants.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. How do you go about a situation whereby after mediation, both parties agree that the issue has been resolved, but one particular party is still feeling aggrieved? Because I've seen a situation like that, they all agreed, okay, it's fine, everything is done, but she still comes behind and is still feeling bitter, I'm not happy.
You didn't take step. Either you didn't take step 1, which is let them air the anger out, or you didn't do sufficient understanding of important need to the manager. I think the mediation can go on, or you did not understand what they are. I think that most likely is either step 1, but more likely step 4. You did not really unearth, bring out, understand their unmet needs. Because if their unmet needs have been met, would they still be angry, feeling bad? So I won't blame the party, I'll blame you. And don't feel bad that I blame you. You did not know 10 steps. You did not know what you did yesterday. But now that you know, the next mediation, make sure you're very, very thorough. Don't do like what they used to, some of people used to do to the 10 step in Alausa, citizen mediation. They will say it's too long, they want to jump. Don't jump. Take your time. Always remember that spending 48 hours on a mediation is better than spending 48 months in the court. And if you don't do that 48 hours, in any case, it's very doubtful that you will spend 48 hours in the mediation. Very doubtful, no matter how big it is. If you don't spend that 48 hours in the mediation, you are going to spend 48 hours in the court, and they will be bitter. They may be bitter for life, become generational enemies. At this point, I hand over to our guy. Nanchan, over to you. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I want to first of all appreciate Prof for creating time out of his busy schedule to be with us this evening here in Nigeria. I don't know what time it is over there, Prof. Is it still morning or afternoon or, you know? I want to appreciate all our speakers out of their busy schedules for looking, with the nature of how busy things can be in Lagos, and we have Victor Baba, who he came in as early as 4 a.m., there in the US, thereabout. And then Prof also came in this time around. We are very, very grateful. I want to appreciate you on behalf of the management and governing body of Settlement House ADR Training Institute. We are really proud of you. We are grateful. The participants appreciate you so much for the knowledge and wisdom they are able to grab in the course of your teachings. Prof, sir, I want to say that the are really, really encouraged. They are really, really happy and excited all your sessions, and they have learned a lot. You have made the training so simplified and very interactive. We are very, very grateful. To the participants, you cannot have any greater honor than to have these great facilitators and trainer, bringing in their wealth of experience, like Prof for over 33 years and the others who have been experts in their field. There is no any better way or where to train than to have the opportunity of having these great personalities teach and train you. I believe that, the Bible will say that a student will at best be like his master, and as his teacher. We are hopeful that you will all become wonderful and great mediators. We'll encourage you to pay keen attention, take note of some of these things that have been taught. This is a class, and then in the course of the teaching, there are a lot of things that will come up that you may not see it in the textbooks. So it will be a wise decision for you to actually take notes, and we encourage you to take notes, assess your facilitators, try to write down important points so that in the course of your practice, you can make reference to them one way or the other. Do not take this session for granted. And for the participants, we encourage you to make sure that you avail yourself for the training. We want to appreciate you for staying from morning till evening. We observe and we are taking attendance, as you know. There are people that have not shifted. They have been here from morning till evening, and we do not want to take that for granted. For you to create time and cancel some of your schedules to come and stay because you are interested in learning. That is why we are also committed in making this, playing our own part to ensure that we impact on you all the necessary knowledge, skills, understanding you need to become good and perfect mediators. And that is why we are doing all these things we are doing. Thank you very much. We are hopeful that tomorrow you will also reduce your schedule if possible. The training is just 5 days, and we want to give you the minimum 40 hours or less thereabout to be able to cover up some of the things that you need to cover in the course of the training. So I will plead with you to also create time tomorrow and for the remaining days to avail yourself and take advantage of some of the things that we need to do from tomorrow. Now we're going to have some practicals and simulations tomorrow. Please read up those simulations in your group, group, and then see that you are prepared for them. Everybody is going to serve as a mediator and as a party one way or the other. And so be prepared. Read up those scenarios you have, and we're going to utilize them. All of them we are going to utilize. One thing that distinguishes Shati'S training with others is because of a lot of practicals that you have to do. So you have an idea what it means to be a mediator. You have a test in the course of the session, and you can see negotiation. Mediation is actually an assisted negotiation, you know. So when parties are negotiating and discussing, they're actually mediating, you know, without a third party. Like Prof would say, that is self negotiation. So self mediation, if you want to call it, or self negotiation, that is it. So you can see that you have started putting that into practice, and it's going to be the same thing once you are used to this practical aspect. When you have opportunity to serve as a mediator, you do the right thing. Some of you are already mediators one way or the other. What we are trying to do here is to give you the professional to upskill you professionally, so that you'll be able to function professionally in the professional space as mediators. So do not miss out of any of those things. Meanwhile, we have available how to resolve the conflict. We have seen some of you indicate interest. There is no better way to go about mediation than this book. So if you are interested in the book, write down your name. Even if you don't have the resources to buy it now, let us know that you are interested. We already made arrangement with Prof to have these books available for us. So please indicate how we are going to purchase. We'll purchase it in bulk, and then we'll have them available for you. So please indicate your name in the chat box. We have also stated that some of you, when you are coming in, you should rename your device, so that we'll know that this is the person behind the camera, this is the person who is participating. So if you are coming in with somebody, rename it, or if you cannot rename it, let us know. We can rename it for you, so that we'll know. We are observing, because at the end of it, you are going to take your assessment, and when you do your assessment and you pass, you are going to be inducted. And when you get in as associate of Shati, you know, you're not going to do that if we do not, you are not present all the session or substantial part of the session, so that you acquired what you need. We have dropped also the link to the last yesterday's session for you to go through at your own convenience, to be able to refresh your mind and your memory. We are going to drop this one again for you to refresh your mind again. If you miss any session, please take it, make it deliberate and take it very seriously. I will plead with you to ensure that you devote these remaining days to be able to finish up your training. You know, there is no time that is free. If you want to do anything, you have to create time for it, just like somebody cancels activities in their house, at the office, because you want to attend the training. Please, if you can take excuse, take excuse. Concentrate these 5 days and know that you have done something that will add value to your life. Mediation is all about acquiring life skills. That is what we are going to do. At the end of it, these skills, even if you are not using it at the professional space, it's going to be very useful for you in your businesses. It's going to be useful for you at home, in your family. Like one of our facilitators, Kathleen from the United States of America, will say, you know, being a mediator has helped her to become a better mom. And I know that Prof can testify to that. So even if you are not going to be using it at the professional level, I believe that you can use it in some other activities that will add value to yourself. So please, I will plead with you, take this very, very seriously. Thank you very much. We also pleaded that in your group, we pleaded that when you finish the session, we are going to send you the snapshots we have. We implore you to begin to share this thing. We have yesterday's one. We ask that you share it on your social media. What do? We are going to teach you how to start up a successful mediation practice or ADR practice. This is where you started, where most of you have not done. When you go to your WhatsApp status and you share, oh, I have started a training, become a certified mediator with Settlement House ADR Training Institute. You are sending an information. People who view your status will get to know. So, so what is mediation? Somebody will call you. What is this thing that you are doing? What is this training you are taking? You know, that is a step. When you now share some of the things you have learned, I've learned about legal and religious framework. Say something about it. Oh, so they regulate ADR. Oh, so even in the Bible or Quran, there are also verses that support ADR. When you share it on your status, you share it on LinkedIn, people are beginning to take notice of the fact that, oh, this person, it is not just an activity. It's something that you are supposed to do. Because if you check other training institutes, they don't bother putting how do you start an ADR practice, how do you charge for ADR services. Go and check some of the trainings if you have been trained. Then nobody tells you you have to take up additional courses to be able to learn these things. But we have inculcated, we have included them in your curriculum so that you will become full-fledged. You must have acquired every aspect, including emotional intelligence. So I will beg you, when we give some instruction for this 1 week that you are training, try to follow them. Share these things on your social media, LinkedIn, all of them. Share it. They are body of information. Tomorrow, when somebody is looking out for a mediator and he clicks on it, your information may come up and say, oh, this person trains so time, we can reach out to him. You know, so please try as much as possible to. So at the end of this meeting, we're going to send those snapshots. We are going to send, we say, share on your social media and share it on our group. And the ones we share on the institute also go there, comment on it, and say, oh, I am a participant, you know, and all of those things. All those things are gathering. These are electronic evidence, I will say, that will stay there online for a while, especially for some of you who are serious-minded and will want to become mediators and area practitioners. So I'll plead with you, try to abide by the instruction. Take you 10 minutes, up a little write-up, share it on WhatsApp and LinkedIn, share it and tag us both on Facebook, LinkedIn, and the rest of it, especially LinkedIn. So if you do not have a LinkedIn platform, I will beg you to create one. If you are to make this information available there, so that people will get to know that you have started a journey of becoming something. So thank you very much. If there is nothing, I think we can rightly call it a day here, and then we plead that you follow those instructions on the platform. More important, drop your name on the platform if you are interested in having those the book How to Resolve the Conflict. Thank you very much, Prof, for this wonderful session. I'm really grateful. Thank you, and thank you very much. Thank you, and goodbye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right, have a nice day.